pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh, and he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. Under God, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are truth they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge. We strike right fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are truth they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge. You strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are truth they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge. You strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. Hey, hey.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna drink this caffeine beverage. How we doing, folks? Hello, Kraken Pill 2. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Tired and Trans. Relatable username today, especially. How's tonight's damage report? Why don't you tell... let me say hello to everyone first. Hello, Zia Spots. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Gwenifer Forever. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, Alan, Eris, Dresner. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello. Also, Jazz Dog, I just want you to know I've been getting a great deal of joy out of having this on my soundboard. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Hello everyone. You voted today. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We'll be talking a little bit about the Canadian politics scene. Oh, Profane Priestess, I'm sorry to hear about your personal situation. Hello the Big Cheese. Hello the Spots. 97. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello. I'm gonna say some names again. I can see hello, Trin. Hello, C321D9Q. Hello, Borfboo. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Ashley Curtis. Hello, Satanic Panic at the Disco. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, IC Squirrel 91. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Zennies. Hello, Malachi. Hello, I'm sorry, you're stressed out, Malachi. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metalist kitty I know. Hello, Datura Dude. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Horizon. Hello, everyone. How we doing, folks? Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How we doing, folks? I'm medicating with lots of Oblivion Remaster and just a touch of stress eating. Hey, that's how I've been medicating my cold. I think that's a great idea. Hello, Johnny the Commie. Hello. Bringing out your Dommy Mommy side tonight? I mean, just a little. Just a little as a treat. I've felt like garbage and felt like I looked like garbage the last few days, so I decided to you know, have a little fun with my look. You have 6 live streams open? That's too many. Hello, Juniper Jupiter. Hello, Tristan MB, and thank you for getting a membership at the very beginning of stream. I notice. I see everything. Hello, everyone. Hello, DTH. And Carmen Benoit, thank you for the $2 Canadian. You look fantastic. Thank you, Dragonfly. I hope you're doing well. I know you've been super, super busy. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Rundo. I am feeling slightly better today, and I'm hoping that tomorrow I'll be back to almost 100%. I don't think I'll be back to 100% tomorrow, but I think I'll be close. I stopped listening to you about politics when you were wrong about everything before the election. You know what? That's fair. I don't blame anyone for that. That's bait. Yeah, probably, but I don't take it personal. You know, if certain Democratic and Republican consultants can be wrong for 40 years straight, I think I can be forgiven for one whoopsie daisy. Let's see here. So I guess some kind of outside art. Oh, interesting. I was right about it. I wish I wasn't. Yeah, it was not a great feeling. Hello, Van Briggs. Listening to some Attack on Titan OST. Got to know we're talking about impeachment papers. There's so much to talk about. Like, I was watching the Majority Report the other day, listening to it, and I really related to Sam saying something along the lines of like, "There's just a pile of stories that we don't have time to get to." And it's just so much is happening every day. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Very optimistic about Canada. I have a sneaking suspicion Mark Carney is going to pull it out. How dare you misjudge the outcome of one of the closest elections ever? Yeah, you know, like, I'm sorry. I thought more people would realize the danger of fascism and pick the neoliberal, and I was wrong about that, and that sucks. I do think that I'm right about all of the fundamental problems of the Harris campaign, though. I think I'm right and was right prior to that about the fundamentals of Harris being off. Van Briggs, good on you for pushing yourself and also for recognizing the need for rest. Our conservatives are also flailing like a chick with its head off. They're flailing so hard they made like a rap song, right? Am I wrong about that? Didn't it was either you or Archangel that sent me the rap. Might have been Archangel. Dakab. There's a can you please send those to me, Sam and Moose? Can you send me those? Because I think that'd be fun to open the stream with. Hello, Cross Crescent Creed. Early voted in the Canadian election. Terrified still. That's fair. It's a high stakes election. God, can we? I don't have it pulled up. I do want to show like just some of the deranged shit that's happening from Donald Trump. Oh man. There we go. Is this it? Yeah, this is fucking deranged. Found it. Well, that's the wrong monitor right there. That's also the wrong monitor. There we go. So, what the hell? Jesus Christ. All right. The diss track? Hell yeah.
It ain't the way that it's supposed to.
Oh god, just real quick. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America. No more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border at all. All positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. It's like, guys, this guy's fucking nuts. You know, like, I fully believe, by the way, that this post was written by Trump because, like, it's just insane. It's just insane. No other person in his administration would write this. Did he think they were voting for him? Unironically, he probably does. Like, he's gone, dog. Like, I genuinely, it's a miracle that his body still has motor functions. Right now, it's Libs 41, Conservatives 30, BQ 12, NDP 2. Man, the NDP is doing really bad. Literally doesn't understand consent. True. Did he write that while having a stroke? I mean, I think he wrote that while living in a delusional dream world where, like, Canada would like collectively write in Donald Trump and elect him. Like, I genuinely, I think that's the level of delusion we're dealing with. All right, let's listen to the diss track from Australia, just for fun. So the Liberal Party drops Drake-inspired diss track on the Prime Minister. Why, just real quick, why on earth? This was 2 weeks ago. They dropped this 2 weeks ago. The Liberal Party in Australia dropped this 2 weeks ago. Why would you style a track in the vein of Drake? Why would you do that right now? Why wouldn't you do it in the style of Lamar? Why they're trying so hard to be cool. Yeah, but Drake is literally a guy famous right now for like diddling children. Like like we had a whole Super Bowl show about how he's like pedophilic. This is crazy. But anyway,
It ain't the way that it's supposed to be. The money we spending on groceries, I just wanna buy some eggs and cheese. $100, you kidding me? It costs too much to live. The economy's looking a mess. So we living check to check. Labor got us feeling so stressed. We need to find a solution. Need to switch up the people in power.
just real quick, you know, don't vote more conservative people in if these are your priorities. Like, you saw how it worked out for us in America. It didn't work out so hot, guys.
I just wanna put food on the table, so I'm willing to do what I gotta. Bring them prices down.
Oh god, they didn't even get a real person to make this. This is just fucking like AI slop. They literally typed into an AI generator, like, make me a Drake rap song about Jesus, it's so bad.
This is what we need, cause Albo's gotta leave. Albo's gotta leave. Hey, bring them prices down. This is what we need, cause Albo's gotta leave. Albo's gotta leave. Hey, situation is critical. Rent prices are at the pinnacle. We gotta redirect the focus. I'm just keeping it real when I'm telling you. There's something that's gotta change. Open your eyes. Labor louder by bringing the price of electricity down over 97 times. Bring them prices down. This is what we need. Cause Albo's gotta leave. Albo's gotta leave. Hey.
That was fucking nuts. Thank you for sharing that. God damn. Is this the liberals or the conservatives? In Australia, the liberals are the conservatives. Who thought that was a good idea? Literally whoever, like the entire party should be fired for that. Asked by Sky News about the new song, Mr. Dutton said he was sure that it was cracking. God. I had to hear that, so all of you did too, okay? That's
We
where
gotta
we're at.
make it through the beaver bonger and kangaroo bonger elections.
We do. It's true. It's true. We got to do it. More importantly, you all have to do it. You all have to make sure you're going out to vote, okay? I know it's too late for you Canadians, but like you got to go out and vote in Australia, all right? Nice eyeliner tonight. Thank you. I would really Yeah, I can send you the link to that. I can ruin your lives. Nope. You're not listening to it again. That was a one-time only deal. Alrighty then, folks. Let's jump into whatever we got next, huh? And for the life of me, I do not know why my desktop it's not letting me go full screen with this for whatever reason. Maybe I'll just do this.
Even though it's technically against Canadian law for a foreigner to tell Canadians how to vote, don't vote Conservative.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 gifted rounds of 5 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Tap F11 a couple times. I tried it. It's I don't want to deal with it right now. This is fine. No, we do not need MAGA rap. We went through that phase. Maybe when we're having more fun with MAGA stuff, we can do that. Right now it's not super fun. What just happened here? Okay. Feeling sorry for the NDP, 1 seat. Oof. Now, folks, before we really get started today, remember to hit the button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the follow button. I might have said that twice because it's very important. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because hey, that's what keeps the show going. I couldn't do it without you guys. Okay? I love MAGA rap because it's so terrible that it literally just parodies itself. It's true. It is true. Sad to see so many social democrats supporting a banker for PM. They're doing the compromise. They're trying to make sure that the liberal wing wins in Canada so that you guys don't get taken over by a fascist freak. And I highly recommend not getting taken over by a fascist freak. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yeah, click butt, everyone. Click butt. Is that going to be our new a new chat meme? Maybe. Who can say? Hello, underground uncle. All right. Just real quick, want to emphasize this because it's also just kind of important. The radical left Democrats are paying a fortune to have people infiltrate the town halls of Republican congressmen / women and senators. These great patriot politicians should not treat them nicely. Have them immediately ejected from the room. They are disruptors and troublemakers. You must allow your audience to know what you are up against, or else they will think they are Republicans and that there is dissension in the party. There is not. There is only love and unity. Republicans are happy with what is taking place in our country. We all love America. And I have to say, this is maybe one of like the most obvious tells that the pressure is getting to this administration. Because like if you have to have your presidential figurehead put out a statement saying there's no dissension in what is the Avatar the Last Airbender? There's no dissension in Ba Sing Se, is that it? Like if you have to have someone put that statement out, even if Trump himself didn't write this, though I definitely believe he did, there's something really bad. Okay, they have internal polling numbers, and I guarantee you they are bad as fuck. They are really, really bad. Because he just saw this and thought to himself, oh shit, the party doesn't like what we're doing, guys. And so they're going to try and displace this onto like paid demonstrators or whatever. But the reality is there's a growing amount of dissension and discontent bubbling up that's only going to get worse, especially considering a lot of the cheap importations that Americans have been relying on for their special treats are basically going away. Different importer direct to consumer sites like Shein have now raised their prices by almost 400%. And they have a section where they explain on each one of those transactions where that price increase is from. People are not going to be confused about this. Now, Donald Trump can lie to them, of course, but like enough people are going to see that like, oh, wait, this is why the price is going up. They're going to be able to make a very simple connection. And so like I think that we're going to see increasing acts of desperation to try and control this narrative. Also, the idea that Democrats have the money or political savvy to like fund paid protesters in like middle of nowhere deep red districts for some reason during an off election year, like no, Democrats are not pouring money to hire people at town halls to be mean to these politicians and ask them pretty common sense questions about, hey, how are your policies actually helping? Why am I not seeing you do anything for us? You know? So these town halls are getting to them. Folks, keep showing up. Okay? I wish I could get that sweet, sweet protester money. Oh, yeah. But, you know, like, we all wish we could get that sweet, sweet protester money because we just go to protests anyway. No one has to pay Democrats to go to protests, which is very different from most Republican protests. Remember that Donald Trump had to pay people to be at his rallies. It was ridiculous. You can find, like, job listings for, like, to pad out these crowds. Still waiting for your Soros check from the first Women's March? Yeah, exactly. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. Yeah. I got it right, though. I did remember it was called Ba Sing Se. I couldn't remember, but then I got it. Let's see here. Oh, speaking of, there's no dissension in the Republican Party. Just real quick, this is Politico 12 hours ago. White House threatens to veto Senate measure nixing Trump's global tariffs. The Senate is expected to force a vote this week on the resolution. And I just need to really pause and say something that I've been saying for a while now. This is a bipartisan effort to strip him of his power. You do not get this introduced in the Senate unless there's a significant amount of pressure on Republicans to stop this tariff nonsense. You know, like this is being driven by forces, well, frankly, by big money. There's a lot of big money that is not in Donald Trump's central orbit, that is deeply, deeply unhappy and unsatisfied with the tariff situation, because they're all getting fucked. Every single small business that you know in America is going to be fucked by these tariffs from China, or on China, rather. And the 10% tariffs on just every country in the world, and the extra tariffs that are on Canada and Mexico. Like, all of this is going to fuck up everything. And so, despite the fact that they all outwardly pledge this allegiance to Donald Trump and want to try and maintain this unified front, they're pushing this legislation forward in the Senate. It remains to be seen if that power is going to be enough in the House. But yeah. In the last CBS YouGov poll, 27% of ideological conservatives think the country is going somewhat badly or very badly. It's 63% of moderates. Yeah. It is that they have lost basically all of their fence-sitting support on this particular issue, and they are rapidly losing the base as well. Like losing like a quarter of the Republican like stalwarts is a lot, guys. If anything could crack like the 40% approval like threshold that Donald Trump has typically had, it's this shit. Okay? So yeah, just let's dive into this a little bit because it's interesting. The statement of administrative policy from the Office of Management and Budget sent to the congressional offices Monday comes ahead of an expected vote this week, forced by several Democrats led by Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon and Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. This resolution would undermine the administration's efforts to address the unusual and extraordinary threats to national security and economic stability posed by the conditions reflected in the large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficit. And basically, the White House had to send out a memo to say, look, guys, if you try to put this forward, I'm just going to veto it. And yeah, the latest YouGov poll has him under 40%, but he hasn't lost, like he still has a very high level of Republican support. I mean, like losing like the 25% of Republicans. But yeah, basically, if the White House has to put out a memo threatening to veto something, that's a sign that they think that there's enough support for this to actually go through. They're trying to intimidate Republicans into not stepping forward out of fear of retaliation from the White House. But, and I want to say this again, if they have enough votes in the House and the Senate to actually get this through and make it veto-proof, well, first of all, if they get it through, Donald Trump vetoes, and then they have an opportunity to override the veto, that's going to be a really interesting thing to see. Okay? It's going to be really interesting to see how that back and forth plays out, because it will give a pretty good indicator of where Republicans, at least in the Senate and the House, are on this particular issue. And it could give us a very surprising spread. I would predict a larger than predicted spread. And if they do have the votes to override the veto, and I want to say this again, they have the votes to impeach, which is a really important thing if it does have to come to that. How many votes are needed to override the veto? 2/3. which is a lot, to be clear. But frankly, with the amount of pressure being focused on the GOP in Congress right now, not an insurmountable barrier under extreme conditions. Yeah, there would need to be 20 Republicans. So it'll be interesting to see how this vote plays out, because it looks like the vote is going to happen later this week. And again, it'll give us an idea of where things stand in Congress in a way that I think will be helpful for us to just kind of
Do you
wrap our
find
heads
the
around.
51% positive for Trump on gender identity to be more disappointing or surprisingly not as horrible as you thought?
Frankly, not as horrible as I thought. It's down significantly from overall, but like it's not down as much as I thought. And I think, to be clear, I think with a 51% positive, that's still a 49% bad. That's basically 50-50. And in this particular case, to put it in a blunt way, it's a lot harder to do mass harm to trans people when basically 50% of the country still has your back. Does that make sense? Like, in order to get away with the most heinous things that they want to do to trans people, that conservatives desire to do to us, I think that number would have to be a lot higher. That approval rating for Trump on gender identity issues would have to be a lot higher, by like 20 or 30%. So I think that like it's surprisingly good. And I think a sign that we are not quite as cooked as some of us might be led to believe. 33 was the floor on his approval last time. Yeah. Zelrex, excellent idea, using 3D printing to create tools for your local DSA. Lovely. And we need to consider that most of the country does not know anything about trans people. They tend to turn quickly when they meet cool trans people. Very true. Very true. Quite honestly, I don't want the GOP to turn on Trump. That's interesting. I would like to see it happen. I think it would basically guarantee that the next couple of years are just the party immolating itself. Unless you think it's just going to completely I kind of understand that logic, right? Because it's better for them to like fall apart during an election year than for them to fall apart, and then have 2 years to rebuild for an election. Yeah. That's true. I do think though that like if we have the opportunity to remove Trump, we should take advantage of that opportunity. If we have the ability to get rid of him, I do think the damage he can do is going to be too immense for us to overlook that opportunity. But we'll have to see how bad he makes it, Can I okay, just real quick. So Representative Shri Thanadar, a Democrat of Michigan, today introduced 7 articles of impeachment against Donald Trump on that note. And I just want to say, I don't know that this hair is working for you, bud. I don't know that this hair is I know that we have a lot bigger fish to fry with this story and to talk about, but like it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. Anyway, I'm glad somebody's putting the articles of impeachment together. I do think that we need, like, at least some semblance of doing something about Donald Trump. Um, I can't get over the hair. There's just, it's just a lot. It poofs up so much. This is an AI. This is an AI politician. Let's see here. It's the first time this year a House Democrat has tried to impeach the president or a member of his administration. Almost certainly not be the last. Representative Al Green, who was censured last month for disrupting Trump's speech, joint session of Congress, has said he's planning articles of impeachment as well. Ilhan Omar has previously floated impeaching Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I mean, yeah, basically all of these people should be impeached. Thanadar, who garnered a second primary challenger on Monday morning. Is that who I think it is? Yeah. I believe in this particular race, he is being primaried by, he was just interviewed on the Majority Report. Are the impeachment articles almost assuredly doomed to fail, or should we at least be happy that it moves us forward? They're at this particular moment, they're basically doomed to fail, is my understanding. It's good to just have it on record. It's good to have it like look like it's going to do something. Like, that's what people want most of all. But materially, it's not going to do much. But I think, honestly, the more people that introduce these articles of impeachment, the better it is for, increasing momentum and pressure on the Trump administration. It's something that needs to happen, and frankly, it just needs to happen continuously. Like, every single time one of these articles fails, another article needs to be brought in. Yeah, again, the requirement for this to actually happen, the requirement for impeachment is 2/3 of the House, which then kicks it over to 2/3 of the Senate. And that is a really, really high bar to clear, and basically is not doable until like extraordinary pressures take place. We're talking like, if I were to predict impeachment, it would be, I want to say during the summer, but honestly, the summer is going to be what gets people butt mad. What really might kick it off is when the budget goes into effect next year, if they manage to pass cuts to Medicaid and Social Security. Abdul El Sayed, that's the primary challenger, Amber Brands. Exactly. Thank you. Who, by all accounts, is great. I fully endorse him. People are much more likely to take to the streets in the summer. It's true. Like, a lot of pressure is going to build this summer. It's going to be kind of like a proof of concept. But I think when we might really expect impeachment stuff to happen is next year, because we're going to be heading into a summer. That budget is going to be implemented. People are going to be suffering. If this tariff shit is still going on, prices are going to be high. People are going to be beaten down. And then we also have to take into account that it's going to be a midterm year and people are going to be desperate to keep their seats. So, like, there is a lot on the line for next summer. So if I had to predict an actual successful impeachment that goes both through impeachment and conviction, it would be next year during the summer. So a little over a year from now. but we need to continue building up that pressure. I mean, this summer is going to be extremely wild. Next summer, I have no fucking idea how to even characterize it. So that's where we're at with impeachment. And I do want to just share with you something that gave me some hope here, which is this piece from Law Dork, which again, Chris Geidner is doing a lot of really great work over there. I'm going to link it in all the chats. But basically, this is a really good article, and without going through the entire thing, the horrors are not aberrations. This is the Trump administration's plan. This is their plan, but the plan is just that, a plan. It can and must be stopped. And so basically, just kind of this article walks through like a lot of different things that are happening in the legal world, along with like Kilmar Brego Garcia, different arrests of, for example, Judge Dugan in Wisconsin on the orders of Kash Patel, the FBI director. And like these are escalations, and it's really, really scary. And basically, it goes through the abuses of power by the Homeland Security Department and also some other areas of the administration.
CDC just called the race for Carney, literally matching my analysis number for number.
Hell yeah, Paladin. Thank you for the $20 dono. And thank you to every Canadian who voted, folks. Let's go! Liberals are charging way ahead. There's not a lot of results from Alberta, which is more conservative, but at a 123 with 51 incumbents to come, there's a bunch of flipped ridings. I see the Liberals pulling 180, 190 ridings, which means Carney is PM, but that's my projection, and that is what it looks like he's on track to do. Let's go, folks! Good job, Canada, for choosing to not shit yourselves geopolitically. I wish we had done the same. Let's see here. I think that this part is what really spoke to me. The plan only works, though, if it remains unchallenged. It only works if the chaos, shifting justifications, secrecy, propaganda, threats, and targeting lead people to stop pushing back. That does not make standing up easy. To the contrary, it will be hard. It is, however, necessary. Continuing to hold out the unexceptional expectation that the administration must follow court orders and will be challenged on all fronts when they don't is a key part of that. Investigating and reporting on those questions is another essential part of that. As I've written previously, all of that, standing up and pushing back, works. They are weaker than they realize, and we are stronger than we know. On Friday morning, in the midst of their new attacks, we got another example of that. The Trump administration backed down. The Justice Department announced in court that the administration will return thousands of foreign students to active status after terminating their records in a federal system earlier this month, as WUSA 9's Jordan Fisher reported. And while this isn't the end on this front, Politico's Kyle Cheney and Josh Gerstein later detailed how after 20 days of court losses in more than 100 cases, the Trump administration capitulated. The plan is just that, a plan. It can and must be stopped. And this is one of the things that I know it might seem like I'm very short-tempered with folks who fall into like this doomering category, but it's because quite literally, when we create the expectation that the administration is not going to adhere to the rule of law, it is not helpful for us. It actively aids them in subverting those expectations. So don't do that. Don't fall into the trap of just saying, of course he's going to break the law. Oh man, the law can't do anything. It's basically just paper. Don't fall into that trap. We have created a social contract, a social construct together, collectively. And when it only works when we believe in it. You know, it's one of those weird power of friendship things that you see in anime, but it's real life. You know, like we collectively have come together and empowered the idea of the US Constitution, of constitutional rights, of law and order, and we need to continue to believe in that and continue to be outraged whenever and wherever this administration chooses to ignore that collective belief, that collective reality. And I think that defending that is a patriotic imperative. You know, if we're looking at trying to salvage something good out of this country in the near future, it is our duty to hold on to that, hold on to these rules of law that matter, that hold us all together, that bind us. You know, and Saban, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
If you're doing to doomer, doomer the right way. Rip and tear until it is done.
In a video game, yes. In the hit video game series Doom. Indeed. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The power of friend shimp. I love it. I love it. Shimps together strong. So yeah, ultimately, folks, we need to hold on to ourselves, our identity, and continue to build something better.
Subscribe, and donate for more tips on how to get that beautiful body and mind ready for civic action.
Genuinely, Charlotte Widnar, I think that we as a community should start hyping up next summer as hot girl impeachment summer. I think that, you know, I think that's a thing. I think that might be cooking. I think we might be able to do something with that. Because frankly, there's nothing sexier than calling for the impeachment of a fascist and the imprisonment of a fascist, indeed. So that's where I'm at. That's where we're at. We need to keep fighting this. And I know this has been kind of a rambly segment, but I do think that when you look at the actual material reality, setting aside what the Trump administration says publicly as part of its propaganda, setting that aside, the material conditions, the actual picture that is emerging from, you know, people, from their ideas, from, you know, the ground, is very favorable to us. They have overstepped far too many times. And that has come at a cost. You know, I can't remember where I heard this, but Donald Trump came in to office, as most presidents do, with political capital to burn. And instead of using that political capital to shore up his fascist authoritarianism, he used almost all of it on trying to call for the annexation of Greenland and Canada, and caused a global, like, economic war to start for no reason. And that's all his political capital. That's it. Like, that's all of it. I think that things are going to continue to worsen, but I think that, like, we need to keep in mind the political reality, which is just that he does have limitations. As much as he's going to gesture at the fact that he has none, the reality is that we are stronger than we know. And they are weaker than they know. And I think that is going to only become more and more apparent as time goes by. So there we go. Segment done. And Charlotte Widnar's pet cat girl, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. Trump has done a lot to shoot himself in the kneecaps. Absolutely. He's still keeping around Pete Hegseth. He's like, I think Pete Hegseth could sort his shit out. And, like, have you met Pete Hegseth? He can't sort his own shoelaces out, let alone, like, the Pentagon. What if there's no hot girls I want to impeach? No. Hot girls mobilize for impeachment. There you go. Then we can be the hot girls doing the impeaching. Exactly. There you go. Hell yeah, Mark Carney. Let's go. Let's go, folks. Now, the real question is from the Canadian election: did enough people write in on their ballots Donald Trump in order for Canada to become the 51st state? That's the real question all of us Americans are asking. You know, all of us Americans that haven't been paying attention. Oh God, Tom Homan is not a smart man, to say the nicest thing I could possibly say about him. Why wait? Hot girl impeachment weekend? Because most people are not paying attention to politics. Most people are grilling and chilling, and they're not going to notice something's wrong until suddenly they go to the store for beer and it's like $20 for one bottle of beer. I wanted to write F Trump, but it can invalidate it. Yeah, don't do that. Don't goof at the expense of your vote. Most people are not hot girls yet. Yeah, we need time. We need time to turn the American public into hot girls. You know, just as Rome was not built in a day, a hot girl also not built in a day. We crossed the endgame for PP. The Libs, BQ, and NDP have 172 ridings, which means Carney will be PM regardless of the results. He'll win as a minority PM at worst. Nice. Hello, Mercury. I was not knocking on death's door 24 hours ago. I just was feeling like shit. And I'm still feeling kind of like shit. But I put in effort to not look like shit. Can I be the hot NB backing up the hot girls? Absolutely. Folks, this is your reminder. Hit the button. We've been going for over an hour now. Hit the button. Hit the follow button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Do it.
Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Oh yeah, that is jazz dog as fuck. Also, consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because that is how this show keeps going. Brought to you by viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you guys. That is a custom Xbox Design Labs controller in the Train's flag colors. It is indeed Banana Brains. I've been trying to fix it because I'm suffering some joystick drift, and it's very frustrating. Electric Enchantress, thank you for the $5 super chat. And for answering the call, the delightful lemon and lime emoji. That's really cute. Click the butt, indeed. To do. Just joined. What I miss? We just talked about reasons to be hopeful. Wait, I missed it. I want to see it. It didn't pop up on screen. But wait, I can open it. Can I open the image in a new tab? Yeah, there we go. Isn't this cute? I think it's cute. Look at that. You know, mastering your joystick is basically what Brave Bang Bravern is about. And, or sorry, Brave Bang Bravern. There we go. Which all of you should go see. I watched it. It made me so hype in the finale that I cried. It was great. It was so fucking good. 10 out of 10 anime. Very gay. LB, it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear LB. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Yeah, but I don't want to get a new controller because I like my trans flag colored controller so much. It's so pretty. Do we want to chat about House Oversight? Yeah, I forgot about that in my prep for today's stream, but I definitely read about that, and fuck it, we'll talk about it. Just like real quick. So, hey guys, do you remember that AOC was up for an important not cabinet position, House committee assignment? That being the head of the House Oversight Committee, one of the most powerful committee positions that House Democrats had access to. And instead, Democrats put in Jerry Connolly, a man who's 77 years old, I think, or either 77 or 74, who's dying of throat cancer. And guess what? Jerry, 75. Okay. Guess what, everyone? Jerry Connolly, surprising no one, was still dying of throat cancer after being put into that very important position, and now is resigning from the committee because he's dying and old. And literally everyone said this. And the response that a lot of Democrats had was, it's his turn. He's a special little birthday boy. He's put in the years. And he's actually a very healthy, at the time, 74-year-old, throat cancer notwithstanding. And I'm just so furious about it, but also find it so morbidly funny. Like, Democrats constantly make the worst possible moves. And my take on this is that I think the time of those particular types of Democrats, my hope anyway, is that time is rapidly coming to a close. Okay? That I feel like that time is rapidly coming to a close. And I say that because I've been noticing a shift in the winds politically. You know, with torches carried by Tim Walz. We've covered Tim Walz extensively. But one of the people we haven't talked about that much in comparison, despite the fact that he's been doing some really great work, is J.B. Pritzker. And I wanted to focus today on a speech that J.B. Pritzker gave, I believe yesterday, that is just 10 out of 10. It is exactly what
In
we
other
need.
breaking news, Biden has been named Intellectual Powerhouse of Debate 2024 by Democratic leadership. The award ceremony is to happen momentarily.
I really hope you're kidding, but I don't know if you are. I don't know if you're doing a bit or if that's real. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs though. But if that's real, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Witty.
Hooler saw, thank you for the $5 super chat. If that's real, because that's something I can see Democrats doing. I can see especially Chuck Schumer doing. The way I see it, Dems have 2 options: drastic change or become Republicans. One of those is fucking gross. Yeah, absolutely unfortunate, Ash. Like, I think that when we look into Gavin Newsom is trying to put himself up as like the Republican alternative for when the Trump administration inevitably collapses the Republican Party. And I think Gavin Newsom is trying to set himself up as a Republican. Hence the slew of MAGA folks he's had on his podcast, yucking it up with them, talking about how much his children love them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The other path forward is one being blazed by Tim Walz, who was recently named the what is it? Is it the marshal, the parade head of like the Pride march? Which honestly, good for him. And also, like, we need more politicians to stand up for LGBTQ people now more than ever, because frankly, you know, that's what that actually moves the needle on like trans acceptance, for example. Like it actually keeps us safe the more of these prominent politicians come out and publicly defend us, you know? And we need more just some guys. Yeah, we need more like Midwest guys in like hunting gear, you know? And let's see here. Let's go. Because I think J.B. Pritzker is another guy in that vein. And I do want to say one of the reasons I've been hesitant to talk about J.B. Pritzker is that historically he's been kind of a conservative Democrat. And he's also a billionaire who, at least the only ethical way I can imagine to get $1 billion is to inherit it. And that's like that's how he made his $1 billion. But that being said, with those 2 major caveats, it seems that in recent years he's been radicalized, or at the very least realized that savvy politics demands a more progressive approach. And he's changed his rhetoric, and he's setting himself up to be someone else who could potentially challenge in 2028. And I think this is a really, really good speech that kind of gets at that.
Well, thank you so much, John, and good evening, Granite State Democrats.
Let's make the subtitles a little smaller.
Well, now you all know that when I was elected in 2018, I asked Governor Lynch to come to Chicago to help me plan for my first year in office. And honestly, it turned out to be the most productive year that any, first-term governor has seen in quite a long time. We enshrined reproductive rights into law. We legalized cannabis. We protected labor rights. We joined the U.S. Climate Alliance. Now, and I'm not going to go through the rest, but it is true that we had an awful lot of fiscal challenges in the state, which now, after...
He looks very Roblox. It's maybe one of the best digs I've ever heard. And yes, he does look very Roblox, but in a relatable kind of way. There are a lot of guys who look like this, and I think that like he's a guy who can speak to guys like himself, you know? Like, we need more just guys.
25 years of getting 21 credit downgrades for the state of Illinois, we've now had 9 credit upgrades in my first 6 years. But here's one thing I learned.
Yeah, I'm just look, I'm not saying he's a great billionaire, like, oh, we found the one good billionaire, guys. I'm saying he's, as somebody else put it, the least bad billionaire, maybe. Actually, no, take that back. There's one least bad billionaire that I know of, and that's Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, who basically married him, divorced him, took half his money, and now basically spends her days just giving money away, which, you know, good on her. That's what you should do if you marry one of these people. Divorce them immediately.
It's that New Hampshire's Democratic governors know how to get things done. It's great to be back here in the Granite State tonight. I want to thank Chair Ray Buckley. Thank you, Ray. You've been so kind to me personally.
Wait, there's a big difference between a billionaire and a millionaire, though, Pew Pew Askew.
I want to shout out your amazing Congresswoman, Maggie Goodlander. And of course, your next United States Senator, Chris Pappas.
Chris Pappas?
There ought to be some sort of medal, honestly, given out to Democrats willing to serve in that Looney Tune Republican Congress. So God bless the two of you. Thank you. Senator Maggie Hassan, who had to step out because she had a pressing engagement. A couple of weeks ago, I watched her absolutely...
Shin Godzilla, it's totally fine. Jason Kelly's fine. I was not insulted in the least.
Flambe, Donald Trump's U.S. trade representative at the Senate Finance Committee. Did anybody see that? I loved it. I loved it. Poor guy. I haven't seen someone look that lost and alone since, well, Ron DeSantis was running for president.
Damn.
What an honor it is to be here again with a true New Hampshire legend, Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Now, Senator, I'm not sure why anybody would ever want to leave the United States Senate.
Oh, hell yeah, Alex Loop. Congrats on the win.
Especially not now. But there are few people in the country, truly, who deserve a relaxing and happy retirement more than you. On behalf of your many enthusiastic supporters all across this nation, thank you. Thank you for serving our nation with honor and integrity. So when I was here about 8 months ago at the AFL-CIO Labor Day breakfast, yeah. Where are you? Go ahead, yell. There you are. Awesome. I laid out the bleak situation that we would find ourselves in if Donald Trump returned to the White House. Now, well, here we are. I gave it to you straight last year, and I'm going to give it to you straight again tonight. In this fragile moment, the direction of this nation will turn on who we choose to listen to, whose stories we decide to tell about what is happening, who we elevate and who we ignore, who we find noteworthy and who we label as just noise. Who we listen to will shape the way we react to events as they unfold. Fellow Democrats, for far too long, we've been guilty of listening to a bunch of do-nothing political types who would tell you that America's house is not on fire, even as the flames were licking their faces. Today, as the blaze reaches the rafters, the pundits and politicians, the pundits and politicians whose simpering timidity served as kindle for the arsonists.
Genuinely, on a couple of different fronts here, like J.B. Pritzker on policy has actually been fairly good recently, and fairly good is more than exceeding a bar that is very low, but still, we need people to exceed that bar, bare minimum, to even be thinking about running for president, which he almost certainly is. And also, we need more rhetoric like this. We need rhetoric. We need more people who are willing to basically inspire that feeling of get their asses. Get on them. Like point out this shit. Make sure that like you are throwing punches not just at Republicans but at Democrats that do nothing. Okay?
They urge us now not to reach for a hose. Meanwhile, if we took care to listen to the voices of real people, we would hear our neighbors and our friends standing on the streets, outside, screaming for a response, one big enough for a 5-alarmer. So today I want to talk to you about those people. I want their voices to be what we hear, their stories to be the ones that we tell. Andy Smith. Andy Smith lives in Edwardsville, which is a small city in southern Illinois. On February 4th of this year, Andy took a homemade sign to a spot where she figured she would get the most visibility, the intersections of highways 157 and 143. And on her own, she lifted up her sign and she started protesting the Trump administration. Later, she told the local paper that on that first day, she felt like a crazy person standing out there all by herself. And then someone walking her dog saw her sign, stopped, and decided to join her. That helped, Andy said. The next day, February 5th, Andy showed up to protest again, and this time 4 friends came to join her. Well, 2 days later, on February 7th, the small but hearty band of Edwardsville protesters got their first counter-protester, one guy who yelled obscenities at them. But in true Midwestern fashion, that guy later returned to apologize. Andy Smith's protesters now meet every Friday at 1 p.m. Last week, there were 300 of them.
And honestly, like, again, the rhetoric here, it's great, right? Like, because this is a story that is playing out all across America. This is not just the story of one protest movement growing organically. It's the story of potentially thousands of protest movements growing organically. And they're going to keep happening. They're going to keep growing. They're going to keep getting bigger and more numerous. And I think that we do ourselves a disservice when we forget or put aside the stories of these smaller protests, because seeds are being planted in basically every community in this country to go out and protest, to go out and get active, to go out and do something about what is happening. And I think this is really good.
Gavin Carpenter is a disabled military veteran and a maintenance mechanic at Yosemite National Park. Every February, Yosemite fills with people waiting to see an event that happens only once a year. The winter sun lights up a waterfall on the face of the park's most famous cliff, El Capitan. This year, on that day, Gavin climbed to the top of the cliff and he hung an American flag upside down, famously known as a signal of dire distress. When asked why he did it, Gavin pointed to the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge were making to his beloved national parks. And he said, "We're bringing attention to what's happening to our parks, which are every American's properties." Lucy Welch. Lucy writes the daily snow report at the Sugarbush Resort in Vermont. Last month, J.D. Vance went on vacation at Sugarbush. So Lucy decided to write, well, a very different kind of snow report. Instead of the usual details about powder conditions and weather, She wrote about what was happening to the diverse and wonderful community of veterans and people with disabilities and LGBTQ plus friends and immigrant workers and people of color. She wrote, all of these groups.
Yo, Chris Clark over in the YouTube chat. Never thought I would take a political seat 4 years ago. I was just voted in as a member of the Commission on Disability for my own my town government tonight. Congratulations! Let's go! Love to see that for people in chat and people in this community. The more of you get into positions of power, the
Growing
better,
up,
as far as
I
I'm
was
concerned.
privileged enough to visit many national parks as a kid. The fact these lovely lands are being gutted and neglected is terrible.
Absolutely, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Bolivar is losing his own riding. Good. Fuck that clown. Let's go.
Are being targeted, undervalued, and disrespected by the current administration. And she finished her snow report by writing, I am using my relative platform as snow reporter to be disruptive. I don't have a whole lot to lose. We're living in a really scary time, in a really serious time. What we do and don't do matters. Andy, Gavin, Lucy, those are the names that we should be paying attention to. Those are the stories that I want to share. No pontification, no punditry there, no tortured op-eds about party messaging, no hand-wringing over which battles to pick. These three Americans acted on an instinct that we teach our children as one of their first lessons in life. When you see a danger, you yell for help at the top of your lungs. We Democrats, we shouldn't be comfortable ignoring those cries for help. The fact that so many are speaks to the real reason that we lost last November. What I find ironic about the current conversation surrounding our party is that the voices flocking to podcasts and cable news shows to admonish fellow Democrats for not caring enough about the struggles of working families are the same ones who, when it comes to relief of the struggles of real people, have been timid, not bold.
I mean, it matters that he's able to recognize so publicly that the reason Kamala Harris lost is because she lost the working class. She lost working class folks. She took too much of her economic, advice from, her brother-in-law, not the CEO, but an executive at Uber. It's stuff like that constantly hamstrings the Democratic Party. It is this enthrallment to big money donors that constantly hamstrings the Democratic Party. And hearing at least this guy recognize it, that's good. That's a good sign. This is one of the most powerful politicians in our country acknowledging one of the core problems that we have been dealing with for decades, one of the inherent issues within neoliberalism, and that's good. We need a wing of the Democratic Party that is empowered by this recognition that neoliberalism is the enemy of our movement. It is the enemy of progress. It is the enemy of progressive politics, of working class politics. It is the enemy of any attempt to move this party forward because it is fundamentally a conservative ideology. Neoliberalism is the poisoned pill brought into the party by the Clintons and by Reagan himself. Like, we cannot just allow folks like Gavin Newsom to play around with this populism via neoliberalism idea that he's trying to synthesize out of MAGA. This is not like a winning strategy or path forward. The only path forward is pro working class policies. That's it. Full stop. And you cannot get there by throwing trans people, LGBTQ people, you know, black people, brown people under the bus. You can't do that. We all win together.
They didn't want to fight the health insurance companies and the drug manufacturers. They didn't want to demand an increase in the minimum wage or require paid family leave. They gave in to the powerful hedge fund managers and tech bros whose blind pursuit of profits is now destroying everything that matters to middle-class families, from home ownership to healthcare to veterans benefits.
Because make no mistake, what he's talking about here is neoliberalism. He's specifically critiquing the neoliberal wing of the party. And this is not something that I've seen done nearly enough in Democratic politics. This is like kind of the new war within the Democratic Party. It's the war for the soul of the party between like the Bernie Sanders, Tim Walz, JB Pritzker, and whatever hellish concoction Gavin Newsom is coming up with.
They told us to ignore the fact that most Americans can't afford a vacation while they're young or retirement once they're old. Here's the problem with the do-nothing crowd, now telling us what to do. Well, they spent their years watching Republicans illegitimately pack the Supreme Court, take away voting rights from people of color, systematically chip away at the constitutional order. And all the while, they offered, in response, a simple defense of norms and decorum and a blind hope that one day soon, Republicans would wake up to find their better angels. Well, that got us exactly where we are today.
Well, wait, what about Bernie? I just mentioned Bernie.
So, folks, the reckoning is here. And now that this culture of timidity is on full display, those same do-nothing Democrats want to blame our losses on our defense of black people, of trans kids, of immigrants.
Oh, to be clear, JB Pritzker is the governor of Illinois, not New Hampshire. He's just giving this speech in New Hampshire.
Instead of their own lack of guts and
gotcha,
gumption.
banana. Yes, call them cowards. Call them sons of
Voters
bitches.
didn't turn out for Democrats last November, not because they don't want us to fight for their values, but because they think we don't want to fight for our values. We need to knock off the rust of poll-tested language, decades of stale decorum. It's obscured our better instincts. We have to abandon the culture of incrementalism that has led us to swallow the cruelty and the callousness with barely a cowardly croak.
Let's go. Let's embrace some MLK. Let's go. More of this.
It's time to fight everywhere and all at once.
I saw that movie.
Now
It
let's
was
start
great.
with something that should, well, be easy to say. It's wrong to snatch a person off the street and ship them to a foreign gulag with no chance to defend themselves in a court of law.
He's getting a standing ovation right now. Look at that.
And I want to be clear, this is not an argument about immigration. This is an argument about the Constitution. Remember, Trump just last week arrested and deported 3 children under 8 years old, all U.S. citizens, all of them. One of them, a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer. Let that sink in.
Yeah.
This country was founded on the idea of habeas corpus. It's a fancy legal term that in plain words means no government has a right to arbitrarily take your freedom away from you. Preserving habeas corpus is not some fever dream of the left-wing echo chamber. It's a fundamental concept of justice that people have fought and died for dating back to the Middle Ages. It was in the Magna Carta. It was considered by our nation's founders to be so vital to our liberty that they wrote it right into the Constitution.
Yep.
Thomas Jefferson called it the essential principle of government.
It's also in the Declaration of Independence. They specifically call out King George for arresting people and sending them overseas to serve their sentences in foreign prisons. Like, that's specifically in the Declaration of Independence, telling the King of England to go fuck himself. We should not be so casually disregarding it as a nation.
Benjamin Franklin opined that those who would give up habeas corpus for temporary security deserve neither liberty nor security. And Alexander Hamilton wrote that the practice of arbitrary imprisonments has been in all the ages the favorite and most formidable instruments of tyranny. Franklin, Jefferson, Hamilton. Standing for the idea that the government doesn't have the right to kidnap you without due process is arguably the most effective campaign slogan in history. It's the OG of political messaging. So, I mean, what do we think that Colonel Stark was talking about, if not this, when he said, live free or die? Today, it's an immigrant with a tattoo. Tomorrow, it's a citizen whose Facebook post annoys Donald Trump. And there are plenty of people in this country who hold opinions that I find abhorrent, but my faith and our Constitution dictate that I fight for their freedoms as loudly as I defend my own. And as a Ukrainian-American Jew who built a Holocaust museum, whose family immigrated here as refugees from the Russian pogroms, let me say this to Donald Trump. Stop tearing down the Constitution in the name of my ancestors.
Another standing
ovation. Do not
ovation.
claim that your authoritarian power grabs are about combating anti-Semitism. When you destroy social justice, you are disparaging the very foundation of Judaism. When the pendulum swings back, and it always does, you will have...
Can I just say, like, especially in a time right now where, like, we have students who are studying at university in this country who were arrested for writing op-eds that mention the genocide in Gaza. We have people who've been disappeared, who have had their student status revoked and imprisoned for, you know, speaking up against, like, the state of Israel and its abuses. And, like, it's really fucking great to see someone with actual power standing up and saying, no, you cannot hide and claim that this clampdown on the constitutional rights of Americans and people who are legally here, you cannot claim that this is being done in the name of Jews. You cannot claim that. Because Judaism is like, what you do is spit into the very notion and the very beliefs of Judaism when you do that. So, like, it's nice to hear pushback on this, and I've heard plenty of pushback on this from, like, activists, from protesters, etc., and that's great. But very rarely have I heard it from, like, a sitting governor, and that matters. That absolutely matters.
Contributed to the climate of retribution that will inevitably follow. So let's dispel another myth from the MAGA Republicans. We Democrats believe that undocumented people who are convicted of violent crimes shouldn't be allowed to stay in this country, convicted of violent crimes. We want public safety just as much as Republicans do. And when we get back control of the Congress, and we will, and when we get the White House back, and we will, Democrats need to make it a priority to pass real, sensible immigration reform. We need to secure our border. We need to keep and attract hardworking, tax-paying, law-abiding people and give them a path to citizenship. Immigration, with all its struggles and its complexities, is part of the secret sauce that makes America great, always.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting him to say secret sauce. I wasn't expecting that, and I appreciate it.
Immigrants strengthen our communities, enrich our neighborhoods, renew our passion for America's greatness, enliven our music and our culture, enhance understanding of the world. The success of our economy depends upon immigrants. In fact, 46% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants.
I was literally just thinking he's got the sauce. I mean, like, there is a part of me where I'm like, this man knows a thing or two about sauces. Like, I feel like if you cannot be from Chicago and not know, well, I don't know if he's from Chicago, but like, you can't be the mayor. God damn, Jesus, my brain. Can't be the governor of Illinois and not know about sauces. It's a prerequisite. The same way you can't be governor of Minnesota and not know about, like, I don't know, dairy products. It's necessary. You have to. It's a requirement. We make entire sculptures of human beings out of butter at our state fair every year. And then we crown them a princess. That's a thing we do.
The return on investment for America's 250-year commitment to immigration is incalculable. But because of Donald Trump's xenophobia, we've seen foreign students already choosing not to attend our universities and being told to leave. Businesses from overseas are afraid to invest their money here and to bring their executives to our shores. Scientists are choosing...
Just to follow that up, because I feel like I can't just casually throw that out there and not back it up with a citation. Literally, it is a title called Princess K of the Milky Way, and they literally sculpt people out of butter.
To be fair, they're still trying to figure out the difference between tomato casserole and pizza in Chicago.
Them's fighting words, okay? Chicago-style deep dish is a gift from God, okay? God came down, you know, the second coming of Christ already happened, and he made Chicago-style deep dish, all right? But yeah, they carve ladies out of butter here. It's just a thing. They also, again, do crown them and call them Princess K of the Milky Way. It's a thing. Anyway.
To innovate in European laboratories instead of American ones, already in just 100 days. If the best and the brightest around the world no longer flock to this shining city on a hill, then the U.S. economy is likely to fail. But failure, it's starting to look like that's the point of all this, doesn't it? We have a Secretary of Education who hates teachers and schools. We have a Secretary of Transportation who hates public transit. We have an Attorney General who hates the Constitution. We have a Secretary of State, the son of naturalized citizens, a family of refugees, on a crusade to expel our country of both. We have a head of the Department of Government Efficiency, an immigrant, granted the privilege of living and working here, a man who has made hundreds of billions of dollars after the government rescued his business for him, who is looking to destroy.
Just real quick, I do appreciate that basically everyone heard that, like, oh, acting head of the... everyone, the head of Doge is this lady named Amy Gleason that none of us have ever heard of before. And basically, collectively, we just went, nah, we know that's bullshit. And we kept, like, saying what even Elon and the Trump administration have been saying, at least outside of court, that, like, Elon is basically running Doge. We all know that. The lie that they are trying to propagate in court obviously does not hold up.
The American middle class to fund tax cuts for himself. And we have a president who claims to love America, but who hates our military so much that he calls them losers and suckers, and who can't be bothered to delay his golf game to greet the bodies of 4 fallen U.S. soldiers. And we have a grand old party.
Oh God! Yeah, no. Just Paladin, thank you so much for reminding me. Thank you so much for reminding me, because this is fucking nuts. Yeah, Elon Musk just today tweeted this out. He has a fake government ID badge that calls him the Doge Father, with his ID number being 69420. This is a man who wants to father a super race of babies. Moron.
Founded by one of our nation's bravest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, who today would be a Democrat, I might add. But a grand old party so afraid of the felon and the fraud that they put into the White House that they would sooner watch him destroy our country than lift a hand to save it. Democrats, we may have to fix our messaging and our strategy, but our values are exactly where they ought to be. And we will never join so many Republicans in the special place in hell reserved for quislings and cowards.
Yeah, call them quislings. Do it. Let's go. I want to hear you denigrate them more.
It's time for us to be done with optimism about their motives or their objectives. Time to stop wondering if you can trust the nuclear codes to people who don't know how to organize a group chat. It's time to stop ignoring the hypocrisy and wearing a big gold cross while announcing the defunding of children's cancer research.
I think that honestly we need more mockery. We need to incorporate more mockery into our rhetoric of these people to undermine their attempts to appear authoritative. We need to constantly be denigrating Republicans in office. And, you know, in a similar breath, we also need to be like mocking folks like Gavin Newsom, that greasy ass motherfucker. You know, we need to make sure, these car salesman types in the Democratic Party who are too cowardly to stand up for what is right, we need to make sure that they're also included in our mockery.
And time to stop thinking that we can reason or negotiate with a madman. Time to stop apologizing when we were not wrong. Time to stop surrendering when we need to fight. Our small businesses don't deserve to be bankrupted by unsustainable tariffs. Our retirees don't deserve to be left destitute by a Social Security Administration decimated by Elon Musk.
What's a quisling? Oh, a quisling is basically a traitor. It's a term from World War II. And honestly, yeah, fits.
Fully agree with mockery. All my signs thus far are mocking. Humor is a priceless tool of dissent. It is effective.
It's true. Dissent is aided by humor. It undercuts the, an authoritarian wants to maintain authority, Nothing undercuts authority more than mockery.
Our citizens don't deserve to lose health care coverage because Republicans want to hand a tax cut to billionaires. Our federal workers don't deserve to have, a 19-year-old Doge bro called Big Balls destroy their careers. Autistic kids and adults who are loving contributors to our society don't deserve to be stigmatized by a weird Nepo baby who once stashed a dead bear in the backseat of his car. Our military service members don't deserve to be told by a washed-up Fox TV commentator who drank too much and committed sexual assault before being appointed Secretary of Defense that they can't serve their country simply because they're black or gay or a woman.
Hell yeah. This is king shit.
And
Let's
if it
go.
sounds like
King shit, not pejorative. You know, king shit in a good way. Like he's a little our little king boy. Does that make sense? I'm making it worse. Let's keep going.
I'm becoming contemptuous of Donald Trump and the people that he has elevated, it's because I am. You should be too. They're an affront to every value this country was founded upon.
Yep.
But there's a way out of this mess. I know because I've been to this movie before. When I was elected governor in 2018, it was after 4 years of a very destructive Republican chief executive. He had run on the idea of shaking things up as governor, and he promptly started defunding key government agencies, slashing state benefits, and refusing to pass a state budget. Illinois' credit rating took a dive. Companies fled the state, social service agencies closed, and government services that the poor and elderly and sick relied upon vanished. Does that sound familiar? Illinoisans hated it, even the ones who voted for the guy. They hated it so much that, well, 4 years later, they elected me. But here's the lesson that I learned. When we emerge from this, and we will emerge from this, our democratic agenda must be bold and our ideas fearless. We must be willing to slay sacred cows and allow the courage of our actions to match the immediacy of our words. And we must deliver on that agenda for working families and for the real people who truly make America great.
Like
Listen,
I don't have a lot to say because he's fucking hitting all the major points rhetorically. What I would need to see, in addition to all of this pinpoint accurate rhetoric, I need to see more policies. I need to see like the vision of a future that is better. This is what Bernie Sanders does. In addition to nailing rhetoric, he is also able to put forward policies that would genuinely better people's lives. And
Glad to see normies, including politicians, stand up for autistic PPL. It's
Right?
very heartening.
it is very heartening because it's a really scary time, and not a lot of people are brave enough to actually stand up for autistic folks, you know? So what we need here from JB Pritzker is not merely how do we like push back against this now, but like in the future, what can we build towards? You know, what future can we work towards bringing about that will be better for all of us? Is it wrong to be cynical about this getting his soul sucked out of him by the DNC? I mean, dude's a billionaire. Like, it's going to be hard for the DNC to suck a soul out of him. He is already a billionaire and either lacks one or has sufficient money to simply ignore their advice. So, like, all of that aside, like, he's either like just really a really savvy politician here, or like he's going to bring some policy to the table. There's really no getting around the fact that the DNC right now, if we're going to take a look at the DNC, currently is being chaired by Ken Martin, who is not great. He's no Ben Wickler for sure, but like Ken Martin is also like not the worst guy to be in charge of the DNC. And additionally, the vice chair of the DNC is David Hogg, who is absolutely progressive as fuck, to the point where he's announced an initiative to primary do-nothing Democrats. He, like, within the DNC like command structure, they're mostly aligned with J.B. Pritzker. At least David Hogg is. And I think Ken Martin is at least nominally aligned with J.B. Pritzker here. So, like, I think that when we're taking a look at like how this internal power struggle in the DNC is going to work out, I don't think it's going to favor a bunch of these old turds who are too cowardly to do anything right now. They're too cowardly to actually go out there and fight for what's right under like duress right now. They're certainly not going to be able to do it within the party while looking like they're actually doing anything. You know, they don't have the juice. They don't have the gumption. You know?
I understand the tendency to give in to despair right now, but despair is an indulgence that we cannot afford in the times upon which
I learned that David Hogg may not be as left as we may wish. Yeah, but like no one that's the secret. No one is as left as we would wish. There's not going to be like a fucking communist, you know, there's not going to be like a out and out socialist. Well, maybe. Yeah, you never know. But like there's no perfect politician ever. There is never going to be a politician that is perfect, a perfect vehicle for what we want. But the point of politics is to continue pushing forward despite that, and to work, you know, if someone is an imperfect vehicle, like ride that vehicle for as long as it will take us in the direction we want to go, and then we hop out, find a new one. It's like hitchhiking, okay? We're hitchhiking our way towards a better future on these political cars or trains or whatever vehicle you want to insert there into the analogy. It's getting too convoluted, but you all understand what I'm saying.
History turns. Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now.
Hell yeah. Let's go, folks. This is why you keep getting out to those protests. This is why you keep like showing up at your local Democratic meetings, your local DSA meetings. This is why you keep turning the fuck up to those Tesla takedown protests, to your local protests on university campuses. This is why you keep turning the fuck up. Okay? Because we need to keep ramping up this pressure, because the more pressure we put on these morons who currently run this country, the more they're going to fuck up. And the more they fuck up, the less popular they'll be and the less power they will have. That is the simple brute force calculation of what's happening here. And eventually something's going to give.
These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace.
Yep.
They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
Yeah, can we just like take a moment to point out the fact that J.B. Pritzker just got up on a stage as a governor of an entire goddamn state and said no justice, no peace? Remember when like mainstream Democrats were criticizing like essentially the rhetoric J.B. Pritzker just used? And look at how fucking effective it is. We cannot allow these DNC ghouls and consultants who have for the last several decades, your James Carville types, parasitically fed off of the Democratic Party to tell people to do neoliberalism. That's like the most of the job of these consultants. Be afraid. Be afraid. Capitulate. You know, be a little bit more conservative, because it's not going to help for you to stand up for these marginalized folks. Nah, no justice, no peace.
They must feel in their bones that when we survive this shameful episode of American history with our democracy intact, because we have no alternative but to do just that, that we will relegate their portraits to the museum halls reserved for tyrants and traitors.
Fuck yeah, let's go. Accountability time.
And when the courage of our civic leaders wavers, when they fail to stand up for our country in its moment of greatest need, then we should remind them that cowardice always comes at a cost. In the world's most successful republic, no generation of Americans has escaped our true inheritance, the test that we are given that asks how hard we are willing to fight to keep our society free. It was selfish to think that ours would be the first. But the fact that we are still here, debating the question, tells me our predecessors never failed this test in the past, often in situations just as dire as the one in front of us. Cowardice can be contagious, but so too can courage. And courage born during times when complacency beckons like a siren call is the most important kind of all. Just as the hope that we hold on to in the darkness shines with its own special light. These days, I cling to the courage and the hope demonstrated by Andy and Gavin and Lucy. Courage and hope that risks limbs and livelihoods to go to the most visible place possible, to wave a sign or to post an upside-down flag and remind everyone that what we do and what we don't do matters. So tonight, I'm telling you what I'm willing to do, and that's fight for our democracy, for our liberty, for the opportunity for all of our people to live lives that are meaningful and free. And I see around me tonight a room full of people who are ready to do the same. So I have one question for all of you, Granite Staters. Are you ready for the fight? For real, Granite Staters, are you ready for the fight? Good night, New Hampshire.
People are
God bless
aroused.
you,
I
and
haven't
God
seen people
bless
so
these
aroused in a
United
very,
States.
very long time.
Good job, JB Pritzker. Nailing it. And again, I need to see policy alongside of rhetoric. That rhetoric is really fucking good. But you know who else had really good rhetoric? Obama. Obama's policy failed to meet the needs of the day. And so I need to see policy before I get fully behind someone. But like, that was a damn good speech. And that we need more and more rhetoric like that, because rhetoric like that in times like these, it matters. It matters. Okay? So good job, JB Pritzker. Another one of those people who's been moving and shaking a little bit to set himself up for a potential run in 2028. And I have to say I'm impressed, and can't wait to see what he does going forward. So let's move forward with hope in our hearts and resistance on our lips. And with that, let's end the segment. We did it. Whoo! Now, folks, I need to use the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot of goddamn water today. And when I get back, after I pee, it's only going to be like a minute. Don't freak out. When I get back, we're going to be talking. We might do a couple segments about some people you know and are familiar with. So, with that being said, don't go anywhere, folks. BRB.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Hello, everyone. Are you wiggling in chat? I'm seeing a lot of wiggling in chat. Hey, everyone. How we doing, folks? Hello, hello, hello. PP is behind his writing right now. I know, isn't it glorious? I saw someone on Blue Sky say PP can still pull it off if Mike Pence has the courage, which is very funny. I would wiggle if I could. I can wiggle if I want to. Now, did we cover the new Nightmare Order? No. Well, we have so much to get to. I'll probably cover that one tomorrow. Whoo! Also, hello, Lady Raincloud. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because if you don't, the dono ghost will eat my bones. And also because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. I couldn't do it without you guys. So if the lady statue carved from butter has a hole in it, is that a bussy? I don't know how to answer that. More, maybe it's a bussy. But you have to like put extra emphasis on the U. Bussy? Buter? Yo, Blue X, thank you for the $2 super chat, and you're very welcome for company on the Canadian election night. Very, very welcome. Let's see here. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. I appreciate that. Let's see. How we doing, folks? I feel like my camera settings are not adequate. I feel like it's hard to see my cool jacket. With today's executive order, how turbo fucked are we? We're not. Okay. Like my genuine take on it is that we are not turbo fucked. Like I think that it's bad. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that it's turbo fucked territory. D&D went well? Hell yeah, Holly Hoomst. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the additional gifted tier 1 sub over on twitch.tv. If conservatives win Canada, I won't have anywhere to flee. I don't think that they are going to do that. The fit is lit. Thank you. Was there a sub goal? No, there's no sub goal. There's just, you know,
With all
I
these
need to eat.
executive orders and how much they weekend at Bernie's Dianne Fund Stein for her last years, it just angers me that they didn't do the same for JB.
Right? I don't know. It's frustrating as hell. That being said, I'm not. How do I put this? A lot of people thought there was going to be the imposition of martial law on April 20th. And that didn't happen. I let me put it this way. I view the new executive order as kind of kicking that can down the road by another 3 months. And so I'm not super worried about it. Also, from my understanding of the executive order, it's really only applicable in areas where like there's an arguable case of like DEI is stopping federal law enforcement from doing their jobs, and like that seems like a very narrow set of circumstances. So like I think outwardly I'm viewing it more as like a PR, like look how big and strong we are, when in actuality it doesn't do that much, you know? Does that make sense? Like I haven't looked too much into the executive order, but that was like my cursory, like I viewed it before stream. That was just kind of my cursory take on it.
He may not know where he is, but Joe Biden can sign things that he doesn't understand just as well as Trump.
Sake Tanuki, I really do appreciate the role playing of Biden being awarded the best debater of 2024 award. So like I haven't looked. Also, thank you for the 2 rounds of 5 tier 1 subs. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. So like, yeah, martial law has not been declared. This executive order is just like, oh, what if we do martial law in 90 days? Teehee. And also, like, yeah. Jack or Chad, is there any site, channel, or Blue Sky account that keeps track of deportations, cases, or ICE raids? You know, the closest I've got that I pay attention to are a bunch of like immigration lawyers and people who cover like the cases going on in front of the Supreme Court. People like Chris Geidner, Aaron, I want to say Aaron Melchick, but I don't know that is correct. Let me, Aaron Reichlin Melnick, and Anna Bauer. Those are like kind of the 3 of the main ones that I pay attention to. Also, Liz Dye does a good job on the Law and Chaos pod of kind of keeping abreast of the larger national news stories. But genuinely, I don't believe that there's any like centralized group of like what all these deportations, disappearings, etc. I don't think there's like a central hub that I've been able to find. You know, just the other day, there was a follow-up on a story that I did that was, I only saw being reported in local news in New Mexico about like 43 or 48 people who had been disappeared from New Mexico, and like no word on what happened to them. And several weeks later, the New Yorker published a story about that, and there was still no word about that. So like I think there's a lot more happening than what is even being like publicly reported. I saw a subreddit on r/men's rights that was titled "Anyone Here Think."
So this is like Trump getting a big jacked up diesel truck because he's compensating.
I mean, basically, yeah. I think that they have been. Is it the executive order that is targeting sanctuary cities? Kind of. That it was from like earlier tonight. Saw a subreddit on men's rights that was titled, "Anyone here think much of the problems been faced in this current age is a byproduct of capitalism? Do you think they have a point?" Yeah, absolutely. Like almost all of our social problems are rooted in capitalism. Though I will also say that patriarchy is also something that hurts men. And in particular, even if you took away capitalism, there would still be entrenched patriarchal ideas that would continue to hurt men. But capitalism is a big contributor and exacerbator of those problems. PP is still losing his riding. Good. I hope I hope you guys can confirm that he does lose, because that would be fucking hilarious. Whew. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. Polly has his cracker. Now, folks, on a similar note, let's jump into this. Oof. Well, again, keep in mind, White House press secretary suggests DOJ could arrest Supreme Court justices. Let's not worry about that until it happens. The White House press secretary is basically just goes out every single day and just says anything. So I'm not terribly worried, and honestly, I've stopped paying attention to what the White House press secretary even says anymore, because like it's all lies and theater in my mind. Like we got to actually look at what they're doing, and what they're doing is inside of courtrooms, and you know the executive orders play out almost entirely now inside of courtrooms, and that's why I've been really emphasizing like these Supreme Court cases, these cases going through like the federal judiciary in Washington D.C. It's because like all of those executive orders are immediately getting challenged the second they're being issued by basically every major legal organization. So like what happens in those courtrooms is really, really important as far as the implementations of these almost entirely illegal executive orders that come out of the Trump administration. I hear you on like the stress, and like I've also been really stressed about it, so I've had to like tune into where I feel like the actual rubber meets the road on these things, as opposed to the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration, because it's exhausting. It's exhausting to give a fuck, chat. You know, like it's just like I wish I could just not give a fuck about so many things, but I give too many fucks. The liberal beating PP is named Bruce Fanjoy, and I love that for him. That is a nice name. Let's go, Bruce. I'm not doing arm curls tonight. I'm still sick, but I will do them tomorrow. If I'm still here, I might be at my partner's house. We'll see. Also, folks, how many people do we have here? Do we have a critical mass? Got 200. I need to be better at naming these streams. When I name them cleverly, more people show up. Okay, we've got like 320 some people in here. Not the biggest number, but not the smallest number either. Let's see here. Got a thing to say to all y'all. Oh, there it is. Exit out of that tab. Where did I put that? Here?
The White House press secretary also says Trump is bigly popular in the polls. Everyone loves him, and that it's his birthday. Why would you not support Trump on his birthday?
True. All right. Folks, as many of you may know, I'm working with my partner who is making lingerie for trans femmes. It's a business called Imogene Olivia. She's been working really, really hard on it for, the last couple of years. And we are currently on track to launch in June, which is very, very exciting. And we even updated the website a little bit, just looks pretty good. But what we really need here is we need more fit models. Okay, we need fit models. So if you're a trans femme, non-binary femme, etc., like, we need people who are willing to get this underwear, try it on, take pictures in it, and then have those pictures go up on like social media if you're comfortable with it. So if anyone is interested in getting some free lingerie, this would be a way to do it. Okay. And I need to look at the sizing. So we need models who just want to like try it on and like take pictures and be comfortable doing that. And we also need people who can serve as fit models. So our size range right now is small to XXL, which is like a 36 to a 46 band on a bra. And if you're smaller than that or larger than that, and you would like to like be a fit model for us, so that we can like make sizes that are both smaller and larger, we need some help in that regard. And if you're willing to help, and you fall into either of those categories, or you're willing to take photos in your underoos, please reach out to my partner. If you go to the website imogeneolivia.com and you scroll down, there is an email, hello@imogeneolivia.com, but I'll just link the website here. Send an email there. My partner will get it. She'll be able to work with you on that. And also, if you are just more comfortable using like Blue Sky, you can DM the Blue Sky account, and that will also work. And if you are just, you're interested more in using Instagram, you can also use Instagram if you would like. Let me just pull that up real quick. But we need people to help with sizing. Okay. That's a big one. Sizing and just images of people wearing the lingerie. So there you go.
I'm going to request that you include plus size models and all skin tones.
I don't know what you mean by include all skin tones. But I literally, we don't have money to hire models. Also, there aren't a lot of trans models, which is why we're asking people to be willing to share photos of themselves in underwear. Also, just as a heads up, like, yeah, we want to have models in all skin tones. We do want that. What we can get might be a different story. So we're going to do our best, but we are literally running this out of a house. Do you need models that are either I don't know what mashed potatoes, whales, or walruses means. What about a trans guy with a beard and boobs? If they want to, if he wants to wear femme lingerie, sure, but like it's primarily for people who want to present femme. Why don't you model for us, Miss Jack? I am currently the only person who models the lingerie. um for people wondering what the what it looks like, again, here's here's one of the images. Here's what you're working with when it comes to the actual lingerie itself. Okay? Also, again, just to reiterate, if you are smaller than our small size or larger than our XXL, we need people to fit model so we can make larger sizes or smaller sizes. Okay? This sounds fun? Yeah. No worries, CN Star Bunnies. Messaging to get the measurements needed. Hell yeah, cute dark arts. And again, like if you are trans mask who likes to present femme, again, you are more than welcome to also reach out. So we're looking for people to pitch in, to try it on, and like be fit models if they're outside of our given size range right now. And if you're inside of it and you're just down to take photos that can either go up on our social media or website, and you're cool with that, you can get some free lingerie. So consider doing that, folks. How do we reach out? You can reach out on Instagram, on Blue Sky to the Imogene Olivia accounts, or you can go to imogeneolivia.com and go down to hello@imogeneolivia.com and send an email to that account saying that you're interested in that. Our face is optional. I believe so. Yeah. I honestly don't know if I fit. Well, you can certainly like message and my partner will help you sort that out. Right now we're looking for a bunch of feedback from as many people as possible, so if you are interested, my partner will be able to give you more details, but we just need to figure out who's interested and comfortable doing that. I'll message and also recommend it to a friend. Absolutely. Out of curiosity, how is the name Imogene Olivia chosen? My partner chose it. It was just a name that she has liked for a very long time. Maybe it could be standard to hide faces. It's up to you guys. And again, talk to my partner about it. I don't know what exactly she wants from these photos. All I know is that she needs people, and this is one way to get that. If you are not comfortable with your face being shown, obviously we're not going to do that. But like, you know, Imogene Olivia is beautiful off the tongue. I agree. I like it a lot. I'm also very willing to be a fit model. Hell yeah, Penny NT. I'll be contacting your partner because I do enjoy just being in my bra and panties. Hell yeah, let's go. Any questions? Just so the website can look more put together? Well, the website's not done. It's just a placeholder. Does it matter if someone is in Canada? I don't think it does. No, Clarice doesn't use Discord. Would email work better? She kind of drifted off there. I genuinely, I have no idea. I would stick with email or DMs on Instagram, Blue Sky, etc. But the people I know are in Canada. That should be fine, as far as I know. Like, guys, I'm not the one like spearheading this, so I can't answer all your questions, but I know someone who can. You've reached out? Hell yeah. Nah, she's just very, very busy, Salmon Moose. She's going in like several different directions at once. Let's see. I'm a bit large, so I'd love to help. Hell yeah, Odd Spectre. Do you all have the information you need to reach out? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure we're good to go before we move on. You would like the info? I thought I posted it in chat. Again, you can reach out via Instagram, Blue Sky, or you can go to the Imogene Olivia website. And the email is at the bottom of the page. There you go. And again, I'll do the links in there, there. Burp. Burp. And boop. Boop. There we go. Any other questions, comments, concerns, etc.? Emailed. My girlfriend's name is Clarice. There you go. Typed it out. CLARISSE. Okay. Now that I've ground the momentum to a halt, what if I only have a questionable concerning comment? I don't know.
When will someone design sexy clothes to cut your grass in? Lingerie sounds amazing.
Honestly, that's a great idea. Though I feel like the longer I think about it, I feel like the gay community might already have that down. They've got like those like slutty kind of like fishnet type shorts and like shirts, like button up shirts. Those are top tier. 10 out of 10. Wear Speedo under that, you're good to go. Does she like lambs? Ha. You're probably better off if you don't make any Silence of the Lambs references. Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's see here. All right. Just continuous cheering of an appropriately slutty / harassed nature. Nice. Are we all good to like move forward here, chat? We all good? I need like responses. Yeah? Yeah? Folks? Yes. Cool. Okay. So, time for us to jump into a segment. So, folks, there is this guy named Larry David. And wait a minute. I don't know where that sound came from. But anyway, there's this guy named Larry David. And he wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled "My Dinner with Hitler," making fun of Bill Maher, who had dinner with Donald Trump and talked about it. And it's a pretty good piece of making fun of Bill Maher. And frankly, I think more people should do that because Bill Maher is a smarmy asshole and not funny as at all. Like, he's just kind of a creep. And you know, I didn't talk about it on the show because like I think it stands by itself. You know, I don't talk that much about like Larry David, etc. But someone else talked about it, and I feel compelled to talk about their response. And I think it's honestly shocking. Okay. And here we go. Strap in, folks.
Comedian on comedian violence over a dinner with Donald Trump. Larry David is using his pen to point out what he sees as Bill Maher's misguided meal with the president and his even more misguided monologue to defend that dinner. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I'd seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal.
Larry David, the creator of Curb Your Enthusiasm, is not enthused about the fact that comedian Bill Maher decided to have a sit-down conversation, a private conversation with President Donald Trump. Now, Bill Maher has been highly critical of Trump. He has not been a friendly broadcaster toward Trump. But nonetheless, just yesterday, Larry David published a parody of Maher in the New York Times titled, Larry David, My Dinner with Adolf.
Sorry, My Dinner with Adolf.
He's drawing parallels between Trump and Adolf Hitler, obviously, here. And to understand what David is getting at,
did we really need to point that out? Like, did we really need to double down and point out that like that was the parallel being drawn? Because like, we know.
Let's actually discuss how Maher's dinner went, or more importantly, how Maher described his dinner with Donald Trump on his HBO show Real Time with Bill Maher. So he said, quote, I never felt I had to walk on eggshells around Trump. And honestly, I voted for Clinton and Obama, but I would never feel comfortable talking to them. The way I was able to talk with Donald Trump, that's just how it went down. Make it what you will. It's emblematic of why Democrats are so unpopular these days. He continues, there were so many moments when I hit him with a joke or contradicted something and no problem. At dinner, he was asking me about the nuclear situation in Iran. That's definitely concerning. In a very genuine, hey, I think you're a smart guy. I want your opinion sort of way. And I said, well, obviously, you're privy to things about it, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I do not want Trump to take advice from Bill Maher on anything pertaining to the Middle East, but let me continue.
Yeah, also, again, Bill Maher's defending this, right? Like Bill Maher is saying this is this is a good idea. That it was great that I went. He was so kind to me. And to do that when like literally this past week Donald Trump like kidnapped children that are US citizens and sent them abroad, effectively exiling them. And like it's so tone deaf to try and frame this as like, but he's just so personable. Like what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
But for what it's worth, I thought the Obama deal was worth letting play out because we made Iran destroy 98% of the uranium and they were 15 years away from a bomb. And then I said to him, but we got rid of that. You got rid of that. He didn't get mad or call me a left-wing lunatic. He took it in. Finally, he says, you can hate me for it, but I'm not a liar. Trump was gracious and measured. And why he isn't that in other settings, I don't know and I can't answer. And it's not my place to answer. I'm just telling you what I saw and I wasn't high. So
can I just say I doubt that very much? Like just from what I've seen of Bill Maher, like Bill Maher records his show like high as a kite every single day while also drinking. Like he's crossfaded as fuck on his podcasts and shows. And also again, you can't say that he's gracious and measured when he's asking you, a comedian, on advice on how to deal with a nuclear conflict. That's not either gracious or measured, actually.
before we get to Larry David's, parody response to all of this, Cenk, what are your thoughts on Bill Maher's take here?
Yeah, no, I agree with Bill Maher. I think you should go to meet with him, and I'm glad that he put in a vote for, getting back into the Iran nuclear.
There's no getting back into the Iran nuclear deal. Like I'm sorry, you can't treat this like that's an option. That got ripped up like 8 years ago, man. There's that deal isn't on the table anymore. God damn it. But also, hey, just throwing this out there, like maybe you as a comedian don't go and have a dinner with Donald Trump. Or if you do, you should leave that dinner with him being mad as hell. Like you should piss him off. If you aren't pissing off the fascist you've been invited to dinner with, like what are you, what good are you as a comedian? You know? God.
Clear deal that Obama had and not going to war. So obviously Bill Maher and we disagree a lot on Israel, but apparently we.
Yeah, also Bill Maher is a disgusting conservative pig, which is true. That's true. And I don't believe that he'd have a good effect on Donald Trump anyway. I think like the most probably best outcome here is for Bill Maher to just not go, but we
agree on that. And since Donald Trump cares a lot about what people on TV think, that's not just one vote, that's a lot of votes in Donald Trump's mind against war. So I'm glad that Bill did that. I thought Larry David's op-ed was really clever, funny, effective, and I totally disagree with it.
It was this comedian did something really funny, but I have to shake my head. I have to disapprove of it.
You disagree with it? Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's actually not that interesting. I totally suspected that would be your take. So look, Larry David, not a fan of that monologue from Bill Maher or his willingness to go speak with Donald Trump. So let me give you a few excerpts from the op-ed, the parody op-ed that he wrote in the New York Times. He says, I had just been a vocal critic of Hitler's on the radio from the beginning, But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk about the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity.
You know, like I do love this particular clip, right? Specifically because you have like the quoting of Larry David back to Cenk, almost like a direct response to what Cenk just said, which is funny as hell. You know, like, yeah, we need to find middle ground with the other side, you know, even if it's done horrific war crimes.
I mean, Barack Obama literally assassinated an American citizen in the Middle East. He was a suspected terrorist, but American citizens are supposed to, by the way, everyone is supposed to get due process. In this,
I'm trying not to overuse it, but like, there are a bunch of awkward silences in here, and in my head, I'm filling them with just constantly.
this case, I mean, we're talking about an American citizen that was assassinated, and then his son was assassinated after that. So, look, I understand where Larry David is coming from because Trump does not have a.
Can we also just point out that maybe, like, while assassinating an American citizen is indeed bad, Trump also did that. Trump in his first term also did that to a guy who was suspected of violence at a BLM protest. He sent feds specifically to kill that man on American soil, and now this time he has a concentration camp in El Salvador. Like, you know, like, we can do the whataboutism, but like, it doesn't go well. And yeah, Obama was wrong then too.
Spotless record at all. But at the same time, I just find it so interesting how all these big public figures.
Yes, I'm aware that Larry David's article about having dinner with Adolf Hitler is not a factual telling of events.
Especially entertainers seem to think that the Democratic Party is squeaky clean, when in a lot of cases they have carried out atrocities of their own. You know,
can we just. And there's a reason why I wanted to do this full clip. I know that the Majority Report did just like a great takedown of this, but you guys should go watch that because it's very worth watching on your own. But I wanted to go through this entire thing bit by bit here because, like, you know, you can criticize more than one group of people. You know, like, comedians, by the way, aren't like a monolith. You know, there's not just a hive mind comedian, but also you can both criticize Donald Trump and criticize the Democrats. You can do both, actually. Kind of like how you can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, or pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time, or deny due process to 200 undocumented immigrants and send them to a concentration camp at the same time. You know, that's kind of how you can do all those things. You know, you can do multiple things at once. It's crazy.
In Democratic administrations, but since they smile and they come across as professorial and professional, they're the good guys. Whereas Trump, yes, I get it. The way he speaks is grotesque at times. He doesn't hide what he actually thinks. And
wait, the issue with Trump isn't the way he speaks. The issue with Trump isn't like that he just says the quiet part out loud. The issue with Trump is his policy that immiserates hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, while stripping all of us collectively of our constitutional rights. This is not like, oh, he's bad because he's in a mean-looking package.
And just says it like it is. And that honestly offends the sensibilities of a lot of people. But that's not to say that he, in some ways, he is worse, right? But I have a problem with like the whitewashing of the crimes against humanity that were committed by the other side of the political aisle.
Yeah, but you realize that has nothing to do with Larry David, right? Larry David isn't whitewashing the crimes of past Democratic presidents. Like, that's you again, there's not a hive mind of leftist comedians doing that. This is like an imagined slight by culture as a whole, I guess. Maybe, if I'm being the most charitable.
As well.
Yeah. So on the surface, there's a lot to agree with Larry David on. So should you be concerned about Donald Trump's authoritarian tendencies?
Yes, Anna is indeed doing whataboutism. Exactly.
Definitely. So that is not an illegitimate concern at all. He's talking about serving a third term. That's obviously unconstitutional. They're talking about suspending habeas corpus and due process. That's the cornerstones of Western civilization.
They have a concentration camp in El Salvador for immigrants, some of whom were here legally. But how dare Larry David write an op-ed that compares Donald Trump to a fascist dictator? How dare Larry David commit such an atrocity in writing in the pages of the New York Times?
Not listening to the courts. If he does this consistently, and for example, he is not yet at the point where he is saying, "I will never listen to the courts," but he's getting.
Yeah, because everyone knows that what Hitler did or what fascists do. Hey guys, do fascists just come right out and say, "I don't believe in laws, actually. In fact, I don't believe in laws, I am the law"? No. They don't. They try and say, the courts have abdicated their duty, and therefore I, the authoritarian dictator, must step in to fix that. They claim the authority of law, at first on a temporary basis, and then for longer and longer as time goes on. And again, expecting someone who wants to be or is in the process of trying to be an authoritarian dictator to come out and say, "Hey everybody, I'm an authoritarian dictator and I love fascism." That doesn't happen. That never happens.
There, and if he gets there, we've lost the country. We've lost democracy.
No, I'm going to go further than you, Jink. No. He is not listening to literally the highest court of the land, the United States Supreme Court. So that is a huge problem.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a huge problem. Now, Donald Trump, I've been paying attention to what's been going on in the courts. And the Trump administration, at least nominally as a whole, is still trying to say, we're adhering to the letter of the law, if not the spirit of it, essentially, if you boil it down. And that's only going to go so far. Like, I believe by like the end of this week and into like next week, we're going to start seeing some additional turnaround from some of these cases, like, for example, about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The constitutional crisis is still escalating for sure, but we aren't at the Judge Dredd, "I am the law and I want to do a fascism" as he looks into the camera and winks. Like, we're not there.
And I'm not in any way trying to cover up, the bad behavior and unconstitutional, behavior that Trump is engaging in. He did not listen to the United States Supreme Court, which told him, "You need to bring this individual back from El Salvador, who you basically illegally deported. You didn't give him due process." So it's bad.
So it's almost as bad as it could be. But why do I say almost? Because I'm trying to be accurate and correct here. So why do I think that the Rubicon has not been completely crossed? Because the Supreme Court ordered the case to go back to the district court and work its way back up on how to bring him back. So we're not at the end of the road yet. But once it goes back up to the Supreme Court, the court is going to give a definitive ruling. And if he ignores it at that point, that's it. We crossed the Rubicon. We're in a constitutional crisis. And he's,
I mean, the crisis is already here. Like, the final Rubicon is simply like when we're talking about, like, it goes up to the Supreme Court again and then they say no, like, that's truly like, oh, okay, it's knockdown drag out time.
he's on his way to authoritarianism, right? So, and he's on that road now, and he's testing things. So why do I
Look, Julius Caesar is only like a quarter of an inch away from crossing the Rubicon. He might still turn back.
disagree with Larry David, especially because it's such a clever way of putting it in the op-ed? Well, because he's assuming that Trump is already Hitler, and we have already arrived at that end conclusion.
No, it's when people compare things, Cenk, they're not necessarily saying this thing is 100% the same. Like, when someone compares, for example, an apple and an orange, they aren't saying that oranges are apples or apples are oranges. They are talking about how they share similarities. Wait, what the fuck is the Rubicon? The Rubicon is a small river in Italy.
And Bill Maher is playing patty cakes with him anyway, right? No, I would argue that Bill is going, and remember, guys, I'm a guy who's criticized Bill Maher ferociously. So if I have any bias,
and to elaborate just slightly more, it's a small river in Italy, and basically Julius Caesar's armies were ordered to stay north of the Rubicon. And when he crossed the Rubicon, he was disobeying the democratic rule in Italy, in Rome, and that's when he became the dictator. Crossing the Rubicon is kind of the point of no return. Hope that clears it up.
it's against Bill Maher, but I think he did the right thing here because he's trying to prevent, to the best of his ability. He's just one guy, right? But at least he's trying. He's trying to prevent those ends. If we had already gotten to those ends, then yeah, who gives a damn if Hitler cracks a joke, right? And so, but how is Bill helping to do that? Well, in this analogy, Trump has not crossed over to the Sudetenland yet, which I would argue is attacking Iran. And Bill is telling him, don't attack Iran. And so, will I take that? Yes, yes.
I love that Cenk is just framing this as if the only reason Donald Trump hasn't started a war with Iran is because Bill Maher intervened, and that was absolutely not the subtext of that story.
I will definitely take that as opposed to other people in the room telling him to attack Iran and no counter voice. So I love that Bill Maher went there, and I'm actually surprised at his opinion on that, but very pleasantly surprised. And so that's great. That's why, by the way, you never shut down speech, because you never know who's going to.
Yeah, Bill Maher, national hero, single-handedly stopping war with Iran. Who knew? He should get the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
To help at what time? You know, we're all human beings with a real interesting variety of opinions here. And so lastly, in terms of why
historically, you can't be a fascist unless you're doing like exactly what Hitler did, apparently, according to Cenk.
I think it could help is, look, you know, Larry David makes fun of Bill Maher in that, oh, he thought Trump was funny and more open to him than the Democrats. Ha ha ha, because Trump is Hitler. But wait a minute, that's not what Maher is saying.
Oh boy.
Maher is saying Democratic officials in government, not just officials, but candidates and politicians would be better served to be as personable as Trump is, because even though Trump does all these terrible things that we call out, that Bill Maher calls out, he wins elections by being personable.
No, he doesn't. He's not. He's not whining and dining his constituents like he was Bill Maher. What are you talking about? These are two different skill sets.
He's trying to give helpful advice to the Democrats, so hey, that you might be able to beat guys like Donald Trump.
Not allowed.
But if you,
in what way is it helpful, man? In what way? Are you kidding? Why are they kissing ass like that? Honestly, the most compelling reason I've heard is that they want to maybe go on Bill Maher's show. But like, I don't know. Like it's bizarre to hear them talk like this. Like as if we've never seen Trump rallies. Yeah, he was so personable on January 6th. He was so kind and thoughtful, you know, at all of his rallies where he told his constituents to beat people up.
You do anything that is open-minded in any way, shape, or form, or try to influence the Trump administration or the right wing in any form, there are folks like Larry David who I really respect.
Hey, you know, just real quick, you know how you influence the right wing? You take up a strong position in favor of something that benefits everyone in society, a universal program, you know, universal health insurance, universal pre-K, you know, universal school lunch, universal school breakfast, you know, programs that actually help working people in this country. That's how you that's how you get Republicans over to your position. You radicalize them into not being Republicans anymore. You don't just like, I don't know, whisper sweet nothings in their ear and give them a free hand job.
That's why he called that op-ed My Dinner with the Very Personable Man Who Knows How to Win Elections and Cares About This Country.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And absolutely true, you know? And then you say they can't have that thing because of X protected characteristic? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, man. No, you have universal programs that are not means tested. Means testing is the death of universality.
Otherwise, who say, nope, that's it, you're helping Hitler, and that's anyone talking to the right wing ever is helping Hitler, and that is super.
Nah, man, the reason he's compared to Hitler frequently is because he does shit that Hitler did. It's because he's a fascist. It's because he shares commonality with fascists. That's it. Full stop. If you have any awareness of history, you know that that's why the comparisons are being made. Don't play dumb.
Counterproductive, not at all helpful, and ironically will lead to the end that Larry David's worried about in the first place.
And finally, I just want to leave with one comment from Patrick Healy. He's the deputy opinion editor of the New York Times. And he said the following in an accompanying piece. He argues, you know, Larry's piece is not equating Trump with Hitler. It is a.
It's you're right. It's not equating him. He's comparing.
About seeing people for who they really are and not losing sight of that. David is arguing that during a single dinner or a private meeting, anyone can be human, and it means nothing in the end about what that person is capable of. But I would argue that based on what I've heard Bill Maher say about the dinner, he's not arguing that, you know, Donald Trump is actually a stand-up guy in reality and that, you know, that one dinner has totally changed his mind about who Trump is as a person. But he did disclose a really interesting dynamic here where Trump seems to be a completely different person when it's behind closed doors and he's having a one-on-one conversation with a political opponent. So, you know, that.
I just want to check something real quick here. I don't think that this was a one-on-one with a political opponent. I don't think you get invited to the White House if you are a political opponent of Donald Trump. I think you get invited to the White House if you have a lot in common with Donald Trump. Or if he thinks that he can use you in some way.
That change in behavior, I think, is an interesting revelation to learn about Donald Trump. And
it's not new. Tons of people have talked about how he's very personable. You know who talked about Donald Trump being a very personable man? Jeffrey Epstein. This is not new information. Jeffrey Epstein is on the record talking about Donald Trump and about that in particular phenomenon. This is not new information. This is not like a revelation that's useful to anyone at all.
Let's keep it real. Like, my biggest issue is critics of Trump's need to come up with new material. Like the Hitler thing is getting a little played out, to be honest with you. Like that's such a tired, parallel to draw. And yeah, he was comparing Trump to Hitler. I'm not stupid. Like,
yeah, he was. It's not subtle that the entire purpose of the piece is to compare him to Hitler. That's come on. God. Like genuinely, it's just like, okay, you don't have to compare him to Hitler. Let's compare him to a different fascist, Francisco Franco. He's a real Francoist. Does that solve the problem for you? Is it merely like, because honestly, this criticism of it being played out, to me, it comes across like you're complaining about the fact that this comparison is both accurate and resonates with a lot of people, and you're just kind of tired of that. Like, the comparison is being made because he does the things a fascist does. And the most readily recognizable fascist to an American audience is Hitler. Like that's deeply embedded in our culture. And so, like, yeah, it's a comparison that's gonna be made, and it's gonna be made with the most readily available point of comparison. Kind of, again, how like in our culture, a comparison between apples and oranges is common, but not apples and mangoes, for example. Not really a comparable thing as embedded, despite the fact that the comparison would still be relatively on point. You go for the closest point of comparison.
Like, if you read the piece, that's clearly what he's doing here.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
genuinely, you don't need to read the piece. You can just read the headline and understand exactly what he's trying to do. Like, it's not subtle satire.
even if it's an analogy to Hitler.
Yes.
That is why it's called My Dinner with Adolf. Yeah.
And he's less criticizing Trump than he is criticizing Bill Maher for talking to Hitler, the equivalent of Hitler. But nevertheless, it is a Hitler reference. There's no question about that. So, I mean, Larry David's a super smart guy, so don't insult our intelligence. And don't be patronizing. If you're gonna say something, say it.
He did. He did say it. How else are you gonna take that piece? It's not patronizing. He's a comedian. He made his comparison with comedy. I fucking can't with these people. This is not rocket science. God damn.
Right?
Mhm.
And so, look, I just think that they're on the wrong track. And the thing that I keep going back to is, while they think they're on the moral high ground, folks like Larry David, oh, they're all Hitler, don't talk to Hitler, etc. I think that they're being deeply counterproductive, because by not talking, by not trying to influence people, by not getting involved in the conversation, you're letting in his analogy, you're letting the brown shirts, the SS, the Gestapo run wild with no opposition.
Yeah, like, really, when we look back at history, if only more nice people had talked to Hitler, he wouldn't have done that whole Holocaust thing. If you just sweet talked him enough, if you just complimented his art, had some nice dinners, maybe shared some hot cocoa by like a bonfire up at like the Eagle's Nest or something, maybe maybe it all would have happened differently. It would have de-radicalized him. You could have talked him down, really. Yeah, if only more people had been nicer to Hitler about his paintings, none of this would have happened. Like, genuinely, are you that brain dead? Like, genuinely, like if you'd just been nicer to Mussolini, he wouldn't have had to make the trains run on time. Really? You know, if you were, the target of violence under Francisco Franco, if you'd just sweet talked the people who were blackbagging you into getting an audience with Francisco Franco and just, told them how handsome he was and how big his dick was, he might have let you go. Just something really makes you think. These people are clowns.
How does that help? At least Bill Maher went in there to try to help and try to push him in the right direction. I don't see Larry David doing that. So, he's perfectly clever, but Larry, show me how you helped, because now for the first time I see how Bill has helped.
I'm just going to throw this out there, but one of the most historically effective ways of undermining the power of would-be dictators and authoritarians and fascists is to make fun of them. There's a reason why dictators, authoritarians, and fascists don't like that, and it's because one of the number one things they are interested in is projecting an image of power. And nothing undermines that image, that PR construct of power, more than pointing at them and laughing. It makes them feel small and weak, and they can't have that. So Larry David here is actually doing a much more courageous and much more interesting and much more effective method of influencing the Trump administration, and indeed people beyond the Trump administration, by undercutting its very basis of power and support. If more people did what Larry David had the guts to do, we would not be here. More people need to point at this administration and laugh. It's almost a patriotic imperative at this point. But go on, Cenk. Tell us about how Bill saying, hey, you know what? The Iran nuclear deal was pretty good. Actually helped us in this particular moment when the Iran nuclear deal is currently dead. That deal is not on the table anymore. Trump killed it during his first term.
So I score 1 for Bill Maher and because normally I love Larry David and I take Larry David over Bill Maher on almost any other issue. But on this, no, sorry, Larry. I think you're definitely wrong and you're being counterproductive, and let the brother try to do some good in the world.
Every time you ring the bell below.
What spineless cowards this network has turned into. It's really something. Like, I don't know. Like, we've got college students being disappeared for writing op-eds. And but no, the brave one is someone who goes to a dinner with Trump and sucks his dick the entire time. That's true bravery. Braver than any Marine. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ, why do they keep ceding so much ground to the right? Because they fundamentally just have stopped believing in anything. It's really, it's sad to see, but like, that's the long and short of it. Who even is their audience anymore? Conservatives, centrists, people who still like John Idarola. My bad. Anyway, what a disappointing trash fire these people have become. And I don't know, I'm going to continue to call out their conservative takes as they happen. And they're happening more and more frequently, so they're just going into the rotation these days. With that being said, segment done. We did it! Folks, we have now been going for over 3 hours, almost 3.5 hours. And if you folks have been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because this show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I don't usually have sponsors. I don't make a ton of money off of ad revenue. You guys are the ones that make it possible for me to do what I do. Could TYT be the seeds of a new right? Honestly, yeah. It could be that they made some kind of calculation a while ago, and if I'm right about Gavin Newsom trying to position himself as like a inheritor of like the MAGA mantle within the Democratic Party, where, you know, in preparation of an inevitable Republican collapse, you know, this could be like a concerted effort to try and reposition as like, you know, the conservative wing of like the Democratic Party's, you know, new media. So that's kind of where we're at. Also, sorry, we don't allow the R slur in chat. Let's see here. The them of 5 years ago would be disappointed with them today. That's assuming they ever had principles, and I'm not at all convinced of that anymore. The real problem with fascists is not enough musicals. It's true, we need more producers of musicals, as it were.
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
Indeed. Indeed. Let's see. Did someone mention the producers? I'll never tell. I hear Jojo Rabbit is a... I don't know how to respond to that comment. I'm just going to move on. Let's see here. Oh, God. All right. It's time to insert some Ben Shapiro into the show. I know. Disappointing as hell. However, we have to do it for the algorithm. The algorithm loves it when I can put Ben Shapiro in the title of a video. And I do want to say I hope he eats crow in this one, because it's very funny. All right. Are you guys ready? Because this is going to be cringe as hell. All right? It's going to be cringe as hell. So, folks, there's this man named Ben Shapiro, and he has a team full of youthful Zoomer editors these days. And these days, his content is really giving, how do you do, fellow kids, energy, you know? And I think that's really apparent because he's revisiting today a clip from his appearance on Piers Morgan in 2013. And that's, I checked the math, 12 years ago. And boy howdy, it's a real blast from the past. So let's take a look at how this plays out.
Alrighty, folks, today we are going to revisit one of the first viral debates of my career, my 2013 showdown with Piers Morgan on CNN, where we clashed over gun control in the wake of the Sandy Hook tragedy. I want to dissect what worked in that debate, what didn't, what we can...
What worked in that debate and what didn't? Was the part that didn't work the fact that you were arguing that we need more guns to stop school shootings after a bunch of kids got massacred, and now we just have school shootings all the time, and more guns apparently did not solve the problem? That's so strange. It's weird that with 12 years of more guns, the school shootings have not stopped.
In the hall, learn from it. From the heated accusations of emotional manipulation to the sharp exchanges on policy, this debate encapsulated the complexities of discussing things like gun rights in America. So let's dive in, see how the arguments hold up today, what insights we can gain from this pivotal moment in public discourse. But first, of course, this video is sponsored by our friends at PDS Debt. So after the Sandy Hook shootings in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, in which 20 kids and 6 adults were killed, and then the shooter shot himself and killed himself, there's a lot.
Can I just say there's something like really freakish about the way that he intones, like the way his voice just like says like 27 kids got killed. Like that's weird to me, right? Like, how do you say that without any kind of reaction? You know, like,
which 20 kids and 6 adults were killed, and the shooter shot himself and killed himself. There's a lot of debate in the United
20 kids and 6 adults, and the shooter killed himself. Like you don't give a shit, man, that children were gunned down.
United States over gun control, because of course this was during the Obama administration. President Obama immediately came out in favor of a wide variety of gun control measures, and one of the loudest voices at the time was Piers Morgan. At the time, Piers had a show on CNN, and pretty much every night he would go on the air and he would make the argument that if you didn't believe in his version of gun control, that meant that you didn't care about the kids who'd been murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary.
How many more kids have to die before you guys say, look, we want less guns, not more?
Oh no. A rare Piers Morgan W. And also the answer was an infinite number of children, apparently.
This irritated me, and so I wrote a column about Piers Morgan and emotional manipulation. He saw that, and he invited me on his program. I was on the program, I believe, the night after Alex Jones. He'd been having on sort of a spate of people who are right of center to discuss this issue. Alex, of course, is a rather robust personality, to put it mildly. And so Alex sort of
built to suck your dick.
Splurged all over him, just kind of yelled at him and screamed at him. And basically, Piers was very happy with that because it was rating his goal. And also, he looked like the rational and reasonable one while Alex Jones was yelling at him. And so he booked me, presumably hoping that there would be a sort of similar face-off. And it did not go quite the way I think that Piers probably planned it.
Honestly, Piers, you've kind of been a bully on this issue because what you do, and I've seen it repeatedly on your show, I watch
God, he's such a little nerd.
Your show, and I've seen it repeatedly. What you tend to do is you tend to demonize people who differ from you politically by standing on the graves of the children of Sandy Hook, saying they don't seem to care enough about the dead kids. If they cared more about the dead kids, they would agree with you on policy. I think we can have a rational political conversation about balancing rights and risks and rewards of all of these different policies.
Holy shit, Doug.
Why commit to gun control when Yahweh commands you to commit to * control?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Sakit Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, like, you realize that the reason Piers Morgan is able to advocate for gun control on the graves of dead kids is because kids keep getting shot by guns that people are able to get too easily. You know, like, this has been a problem all of my life at this point, and more guns every single time are in public circulation, and weirdly enough, it has not seemed to stop any of these mass shootings at schools. It seems, in fact, to have led to more shootings happening in schools, actually, which is crazy.
But I don't think that what we need to do is demonize people on the other side as being unfeeling about what happened in Sandy Hook.
How dare you accuse me of standing on the graves of the children that died there? How dare you?
I've seen you do it repeatedly, Piers.
I mean, let's be clear here. By bringing up the visual of graves of dead kids here, Ben Shapiro is in fact the one standing on the graves of dead kids in order to defend the sales of guns, in order to make, the gun industry sales go up.
Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly.
So, number one, I was so young and so innocent and had such a big...
Just also, 26 children, 20 children died. Sorry. 20 elementary school children.
Bad haircut. But the thing that I was doing here is a debate tactic that I think is quite useful, which is I was taking the central emotional contention off the table by pointing out that that was going to be Piers' chief tactic, that he was going to accuse me of not caring enough if I disagreed with him on the policy. It meant that Piers could no longer do it, because if he did it, I would just say, Piers, you're doing it again. This is a thing that you do. And Piers' only response being, how dare you? Obviously, this made this debate very viral, because him being offended at the accusation that he was using emotionality as a substitute for reason, and then him saying, how dare you, was actually evidence that...
Again, I love that Ben here is positioning his argument that, we need more guns to keep children in school safe as the reasonable argument to make, when, we have an additional 12 years of evidence showing that more guns did not make these schools more safe, in fact. That's not, that kind of shows that you aren't coming at this from a place of logic and reason, especially when we can now look at incidents like Uvalde, where not only do you have hundreds of armed law enforcement officers responding, but you have just kids being massacred while these armed law enforcers are just loitering outside. You can't make this argument that more guns is making us safer. It's just patently not true by the evidence on the ground. At least not safer from these mass shooting events.
That he was doing precisely the thing that I was accusing him of doing. Piers and I are not pretty friendly, and I'm sure he has a different perspective on this debate, but he was pretty upset from the outset of the interview, and he got more upset as the interview went on. At some point during the debate, we started talking about assault rifles. And assault rifles, of course, are not real category because they have no specific definition. There's no rifle called an assault rifle. And that's not what AR stands for. AR is Armalite. The thing that was being pushed by the Obama administration at the time was their kind of old standby on gun control, which is get rid of the assault rifles, that the rifles are the real problem. And the point that I was making in this debate is I was pointing out to Piers, if you want to stop shootings with guns, if you want to stop killings with guns, why are you focusing on the tool that is not used nearly as often? Why are you focusing on assault rifles as opposed to handguns? If you really wanted to...
I like that Ben here, just real quick, is saying oh, well, assault rifle or assault weapons aren't a real category. And it's they are. We made them a real category in 1994. When we passed the federal assault weapons ban. We made it a category in federal law. Now, you can say, well, we, that law expired, decades ago, but we could just renew that law, actually. So the argument here is bad.
To do the thing, you would just ban all the guns. And this is the thing I wanted Piers to just say out loud, because clearly what he wanted was a full-scale gun ban in the United States, and he wasn't willing to say.
Oh, that's interesting that you're putting words into Piers Morgan's mouth here when that's not what Piers Morgan has said. Or at least that's not what he said in that debate. It's super interesting of you to do that.
So I was pushing him on it.
My question remains for you, Piers, and I'm still waiting for an answer from the left on this. They say they're pro-Second Amendment. Why don't you want to ban handguns? If you really want to solve the quote-unquote gun violence problem in America, go after all the guns. Why just stop yourself at assault rifles?
Because I believe and respect an American's right under the Second Amendment of the Constitution that you kindly brought in to defend themselves with a handgun or a pistol. What I don't understand...
But most of the murders are committed with those weapons.
What I don't... Well, as we just established, because I talked you through them, the last 4 mass shootings in America...
Adam Lanza had 2 pistols on him. Well, he didn't just have an assault rifle. If he hadn't had the assault rifle...
He didn't use them, as you know.
And if he hadn't had the assault rifle, he wouldn't have used them.
So again, Piers had boxed himself in here because the reality is, and the left does this all the time on the assault rifle argument, they'll use mass shootings as a proxy for all shootings, and that is a bad statistical proxy. The point that...
Well, wait a minute. Like, when we're talking about the specific issue of mass shootings in schools, most mass shootings are done with, like, assault weapons or weapons that would be classified under the assault weapons ban as assault weapons. You know, the AR-15 is one of those. And so, like, when you're saying, like, oh, why don't you want to ban all of them? Because we're talking about one very specific problem. And if you want to talk about those other problems, that's totally fine. But, like, if we're talking about this particular debate, you're talking about the massacring of children. And we're 12 years on now, and these types of weapons are the most common weapons used in mass shootings. Now, you can point out that a lot of mass shooters have handguns or pistols or whatever, but they're mostly using the assault weapons. Part of what plays a role in their calculation of to do this type of violence is the fact that they have access to an assault weapon that allows them to kill a lot more people than a handgun would. Wouldn't a school shooting be a lot less deadly if the only weapon the shooter had was a pistol? Yes.
that I'm making is clearly a logical one, which is if you want to stop shootings, period, why not focus on the tool that is...
I did a great technique called the Mott and Bailey. Exactly.
Most often used if the tool is really the problem. And the reason that Piers doesn't want to say, I want to ban all the handguns, a position, by the way, that he actually eventually came to. The reason he doesn't say it is because he knows that that's a complete non-starter in American politics. And as you'll see, eventually he ends up very angry at the Constitution itself. So finally, we get to the heart of the argument, which is the Second Amendment. And this is the thing that I've been trying to get Piers to say. I want Piers to just be honest in this interview and say he doesn't like the Second Amendment and he wants guns banned. Because once he establishes that, now we can have an actual honest conversation about whether that should happen or not in the United States of America. And Piers has been resisting so far throughout the interview. He won't give in. And finally, he kind of does. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, folks, creditors profit from your debt. They benefit when you are trapped in high-interest payments. They want you drowning in student loans, medical debt, credit card debt, expensive mortgages, because financial strain makes you easier to control. It's time to take back control and to fight back, and that is where PDS Debt comes in. PDS Debt understands that your financial situation is in fact unique. They look beyond just numbers to create a personalized plan specifically for you. There's no minimum credit score required to get help. Their goal is to help you save more, pay off debt faster, and put money back where it belongs, in your pocket. Their reputation speaks for
Save your hearts, you're gonna have to like provide some kind of citation for that. Because as far as I know, there are a lot of different classifications of mass shootings, so you're gonna have to like be more specific.
For itself. PDS Debt maintains an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, and a perfect 5-star rating on Trustpilot. They've successfully helped tens of thousands of people break free from debt and regain their financial independence. I have friends who have fallen into debt. It is brutal. It can absolutely wreck your life.
Smith.
PDS Debt can help you solve that problem. You are 30 seconds away from being debt-free.
Man, it's crazy to me always how like smoothly Ben's videos go into the ad reads. You know, like he's talking about like debating about how like people should have more tools to kill kids, and then he transitions into like how you can pay back your loans. It's crazy.
Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Shapiro. Instead of living the rest of your life behind this dead 8-ball, go get it solved. pdsdebt.com/Shapiro. That's pdsdebt.com/Shapiro.
You come in, you brandish your little book as if I don't know
My
what's
little
in
book,
there.
that's the Constitution of the United States, our founding
I
document.
know
Piers.
what's in your Constitution.
Do you really?
I've been debating this for a very long time.
Then you
What
should
I
read the
haven't-
Second Amendment
what
again.
I know the Second Amendment.
And like I'm also pro Second Amendment. But I do think that like it'd be great to live in a world where we can just melt all like weapons into slag and make them into art. You know, I think we should work towards that. But I think it's pretty obvious from like the number of mass shootings and the uptick of mass shootings that there's a correlation between the number of guns in circulation and the number of mass shootings that happen in this country. And we should do something about that. So, save your hearts. Your quotation is at least 18 shot, 4 fatally, and weakened gun violence across Chicago. What do you think that proves? Like, it's every weekend. Are you complaining that the news agency isn't calling that act of like gun violence a mass shooting? Because I'm just gonna go off of what I can tell from what you yourself brought here, is that 18 shot, 4 fatally in weekend gun violence is spread across multiple incidences with different groups of people and different folks involved. It's not in one day, one person going and shooting 18 people and killing 4 of them. Right? Like, because that gun violence is bad, but a mass shooting is something different. A mass shooting is generally considered 4 or more victims shot at a single event. And that sounds like a roundup of multiple events, some of which might be mass shootings that occurred over the course of a weekend. So, like, if you're trying to say, like, oh, it's being underreported, what you provided is not evidence of it being underreported. What you're providing is a news headline. And when we're talking about underreporting, we're not talking about that.
Conservatives on guns. Let them bloviate until they make the "cars can kill people too" argument. Then run down all the hoops involved with getting a driver's license.
True. Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius. So, like, I shouldn't have to, like, really make this obvious, but again, when we're talking about underreporting or not reporting, we're talking about, like, those police departments not reporting those events as mass shootings, or we're talking about like scientific studies not reporting mass shootings, or we're talking about that. It's not, the headline wasn't specific enough.
Amendment. What I haven't heard is one coherent reason why any civilian in America needs an AR-15 military style
gang violence is absolutely included in the stats.
Assault weapon. Tell me why you need one.
I told you why the general population of America, law-abiding citizens,
why do they need those weapons?
They need them for the prospective possibility of resistance to tyranny, which is not a concern today. It may not be a concern tomorrow.
Where are you expecting the tyranny to come from?
It could come from the United States, because governments have gone tyrannical before.
Do you understand how absurd you sound?
Here's where you go into the absurd and the bullying. You're absurd. You're stupid. I understand that.
I'm not the one that came in here and accused you of standing on the graves of dead children.
Because you're the one who's doing that.
Bullying.
Oh, good times. So when Piers immediately, the debate is pretty much, when he says the little book about the Constitution, that was one of the moments that went absolutely viral, because obviously the sort of scorn that he has for the Constitution itself is pretty obvious in that particular clip. When he says, what is the reason that you need an assault rifle? So the actual answer to that is, I don't have to give you a reason why I need a thing in order for me to have a right to the thing. In other words, I don't have to tell you why I need a bigger house in order for me to have a right to buy a bigger house. But putting that aside, he asked for an actual justification. I give him one, which is,
you're wrong. Why don't you provide me a citation that shows that you are right? How about that one?
The rise of tyranny. And he immediately dismisses that out of hand, which is an amazing thing considering that we fought his actual country using rifles that were in people's homes. The reason the United States currently exists is because of a Revolutionary War in which people who are heretofore civilians went to their houses, grabbed their guns, drilled in militias, and then fought the British Army. As far as the idea that tyranny is somehow...
Yeah, but they grabbed their hunting rifles, man. Like, most people in America aren't buying their guns for hunting purposes.
Possible in the modern world. I think that people are a lot less sanguine about the possibility of tyranny coming from their own government in, say, 2025 than they were when we debated this in 2013, particularly in the aftermath of the COVID regime, in which people were literally locked inside their home for a year. Now, by the time we get to the end of the interview, there really is nothing left for Piers to say. Here was the end of the debate. Piers was very unhappy at the end of this debate.
History is replete with democracies going tyrannical. It happened in France in the 19th century. It happened in Spain in the last century. It happened in Germany. It happened in Italy. It has happened.
It could happen here.
Repeatedly threatened. It happened in Japan.
The reason we cannot remove AR-15 assault weapons is because the threat of your own government turning on you in a tyrannical way.
It is yes, it is because
that is your position.
It is because there are countervailing rights and responsibilities. And Piers, I don't understand why we can't come to why can't we come to an agreement about reasonable law? You just want to demagogue the issue.
You have made your point crystal clear. People aren't stupid; they can make up their own minds. Ben Shapiro, thank you.
By the time we got to the end there, he really thought that was sort of, I think, maybe kind of a win, because it was so ridiculous to suggest that you might need weapons to protect yourself against tyranny. That is a long-held American position. It is embedded in the Second Amendment. The truth is that what a debate is really about is not necessarily face-planting anybody. It's about clarifying positions. When people don't actually have in their own mind a clear position on an issue and they go out and debate it, you can expose that pretty quickly. And that's one of the things that happened in the Piers debate. Later on, Piers would actually own his own position. He would just say, listen, I think...
Yeah, it turns out Ben Shapiro didn't take up arms against this tyrannical government because he thinks it's cool, actually, to be tyrannical if you agree with Ben Shapiro.
It was just ban guns. And that's actually an interesting argument, because you can get to arguments about whether that would reduce crime, whether it's possible, the differences between knife crime and gun crime, the actual causes of crime. Right? That's an actual interesting debate. One of the reasons this debate went so poorly for Piers is not because I was insanely great in this debate, although I think I did a good job, in sort of retrospect. I think the reason is because he took a position that he himself was unable to defend, which was assault weapons bad, handguns okay. And when you have somebody who has not been clear in their own mind on their position, it makes it very difficult for them to defend it. If you watch this, I never become disrespectful. I never yell at Piers.
I don't know, you giggle over the death of children. That's pretty gross.
I never accuse him of being motivated by evil. I don't characterize him. The only thing I say is that the argument that you are making is a bad argument, or an emotionally driven argument, or a bullying argument. This is actually the hallmark of how I do pretty much all of my debates, is that I try to actually listen to the point being made and then respond to the point being made, and then expose any logical flaws in it or emotional appeals that are being made in lieu of logic. Well, folks, that's a wrap on my analysis of the infamous Piers Morgan debate from...
Man, I love that his analysis was that he looked dorky, but otherwise was just an incredible debater. What a shocking turn of events.
2013. As we move forward, I'm excited to announce that we will release more of these videos where I dissect some of my most notable debates.
Okay, so they're really the Daily Wire is really struggling these days. Okay, cool. Yeah. Please do more breakdowns of your famous debate moments. Oh my god. Okay, so just anyone want to take a stab at how many views this video has? Any of you want to take a stab at it? For reference, Ben Shapiro's channel has 7.23 million subscribers. It has 90K views. That's this video came out 2 days ago. That is a positively tanked video number to have. He has 7 million views or 7 million subscribers. That's what, like a base activation of like 0.001%? That's crazy. Like for a channel that has like 7.25 million subscribers, that's crazy low. So yeah, they're really they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Also, just I love that the top result here for comments. I really hope he continues this series for a lot of debates because it teaches me so much, and it's just like Man, you talk to actual people like this? Why would you do that? Why would you talk to actual people in your actual life like this? You know? They're no longer the hunter. Yeah, it's true. It's true. This was a lot of people's first exposure to Ben Shapiro, and I remember thinking, this guy is like a conservative laser beam.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Oh, God. It's crazy. Anyway. Oh, viewstats.com, Ben Shapiro. What are we at? Yeah, I'm not look, I'm not gonna dunk on his views. He gets way more views than I do. I do not have the high ground there, but that particular video, it's funny as fuck. Let's see. Now, the one thing I will say towards the end of this is that when we're taking a look at, like, for example, I do appreciate Savior Hearts bringing up they're not including gang violence. And the reason I asked you to provide citations is because that really depends on who they are. The reason I asked you to provide citations on what you were talking about is because they sometimes do. It depends, because there is no centralized database for mass shootings. Because gun violence in general is reported very sporadically and differently by different police departments and is tracked differently by different organizations. And there is kind of just a mishmash of different organizations and government agencies that track this stuff, and they have different definitions and different ways they collect data. So when you say they, some of these organizations do include gang violence. Some of them do incorporate that into their data on mass shootings. And so, like, when we're talking about this, you just kind of throwing out like, oh, they don't record violence in inner cities. And like, they do, depending on who they are. You understand now why I was asking you for a citation? You understand why I'm disappointed you didn't come back with a citation for us to talk about this in more depth? Like, I expect better of you if you're in my chat. This is the best we have. Yeah, gunviolencearchive.org I've used before just to get a sense of the data, but like, it's still not great. Still not great. Turns out sometimes they are part of the gun lobby. True. True. They also sometimes don't count rural shootings because Sheriff Jim looks the other way when certain people are victims. Yeah, Sheriff Jim. What an asshole. Yep, the FBI crime stats also rely on self-reporting from police jurisdictions. Hence how Sheriff Jim throws off everything when he looks the other way. But also why it's important that other organizations collect this data. But again, they all have different methods, they all have different definitions. Some of them have definitions that align with the federal government, but that federal government definition changes over time, and so older data is weirder in that sense. So again, a lot of organizations do collect data on gang gun violence, but some organizations only focus on gun, like mass shootings that occur by like lone wolves, for example, which is they consider distinct from gang violence, because gang violence is a different kind of violence when they're collating this kind of data, when they're talking about like mass shootings at schools, for example. The term assault rifle is a meaningless buzzword by people. I mean, it's really not. We gave it meaning in like the 90s when we passed an assault weapons ban. But again, that created a definition for these types of weapons. You can say like it's not a good enough definition, and that could very well be true, but like to say it's not a real category, it's just kind of saying the law isn't real. If only we let the CDC look into it, right? Wouldn't that be nice? Got a lot of people in chat with guns who are like, excuse me, I have a gun, and I would like to say it is a real category. Anyway, I'm not wading into all that. I thought that was a fun little Ben Shapiro section for us to cover. Also, fuck Ben Shapiro, and I hope that he's very unhappy.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
My favorite Ben Shapiro clip. More people drown in swimming pools every year. Yeah, but there's a big difference between a child drowning in a swimming pool and a child being gunned down by, lone gunmen with an assault rifle. One is that it costs a lot of money to build a swimming pool, and also that swimming is a very normal activity to participate in. And the other is that one guy decides to end the lives of 20 children and can just go do that on a whim. And that wasn't always so, and we could go back to it not being so. It's a choice. I don't really understand how that has anything to do with what you were talking about before, but it seems like you've just kind of moved on to a different talking point because you're upset that you're losing this interaction. As somebody who's familiar with both the Ruger Mini .223 varmint rifle and the AR-15, there's a lot of difference. Yeah, one's for varmints and the other is for large numbers of people. As somebody only familiar with Nerf guns, there's a difference between the big guns and the small guns. Usually the small guns are less fucking powerful, and I'm pretty sure that translates over to real guns. And I do think that does translate. If you think about it in terms of Nerf weaponry, the single 6-shooter, which is a classic design of Nerf gun, only allows you 6 Nerf bullets. Whereas the giant chain gun Nerf gun can shoot hundreds of Nerf rounds, and that can hit a lot more children. It's true. Counterpoint, it's Nerf or nothing. Does that need to be like the Nerf or nothing? Does that need to be the new chant of like the common sense gun control? Thoughts on people being able to 3D print guns? My thoughts is that my thought generally and historically has been that eventually 3D printing of weaponry is going to become easy enough that like gun control is going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. But that being said, like we're not quite there yet, and I would rather not experiment with that and have my hand blown off. I like my fingies. Excuse me, Jack, they're called darts. I'm so sorry to the Nerf aficionados in chat. There are some really cool 3D printed guns out there. And there are also some 3D printed guns that can last a long time. Oh my god, what is this?
I'm back today with a new design for the Zeus rival again. One of the first things I thought of when this blaster first came out was that it should have a backpack loader with a large capacity. So I'm a big Ghostbusters fan, and I'm dubbing this,
oh my god,
the Rival Proton Pack. This is a backpack-fed blaster with a 270 round capacity. This hopper is currently empty but can hold an additional 60 balls, and it also makes for very easy reloading. This is essentially a bunch of coils inside here with a blower that I can turn on and fire full auto on my modded Zeus. I've been testing this for a while and trying to come up with a workable design, and finally we were able to figure out a good way to get the high capacity.
You know, just pointing out, you can hit a lot of children with each one of these balls. It's like he's found a way to fire a number of different projectiles in a way that can hit a great number of people very quickly. You know, for fun, of course. What's interesting to me is that you come in and then say it's just selective outrage and BS statistics to fit a narrative is all I'm pointing out. Well, you know, I think, for example, we can try and figure out a solution to like heart disease while also trying to find a solution to like cancer. Does that make sense? Like saying, oh, a lot of people die from heart disease doesn't mean you can't also care about a lot of people dying from cancer. For example, I care about children drowning in pools. I like the legal requirements for pools to have lifeguards, for example, or for children under a certain age to wear flotation devices in order to prevent children from dying. In a similar fashion, I think common sense reforms to prevent people from gunning down children in schools would also be good. And you can say, but a lot more people die in pools, Jack. And yeah, that's why I'm in favor of common sense reform to those, to regulating pools. Yeah, I think both should be regulated. Yeah, which is actually the opposite of selective outrage. That's I think both problems should be solved, rather than just throwing up your hands and saying, well, I guess more and more kids are gonna die every year because lone gunmen decide to kill them. And that just seems, I don't know, like quitter talk. Anyway, I want to see more about this ball gun.
Load into a backpack. This setup could potentially hold thousands of rounds. You need only make a larger
Oh my god, he could blast so many children with that for fun.
Hopper or add more coil. Keep in mind that this is definitely not a finished product. I just really wanted to get this out now rather than waiting another month because I have been working on this for quite a while already. In the future, I'll have a relay switch that connects from the rev trigger to the blower in the back. That way, it's all one integrated system, much like my other designs for the Zeus. And now let's do a quick firing demo.
Oh my god. Holy shit. That's really cool. Why do you need thousands of rounds? To take out your Nerf enemies, of course. Haven't you ever been in the field and suddenly run out of your precious Nerf ammunition? It can be deadly. Because kids are fast. They are fast little suckers. There's one thing you can say about this man, and it's that he's got balls.
I also wanted to show you me just walking around firing this on the street because I thought it was kind of funny, and it also sort of proves that it's a real design and I'm not doing some magic below my waist over here.
This is very wholesome. I approve of this. Also, just pointing out, there's a lot of velocity on those balls. You can barely see them. Look at that. Look at how fast they're going. They got some force behind them.
Thanks for taking a look at this video. I hope you enjoyed the capacity.
We did. Thank you very much. Out of darts. Everyone go subscribe.
Remember, chat, it is always advisable to unload your balls in short, controlled bursts. I have no regrets. BWA.
Thank you for the $5 dono. Very knifey duck. Oh, God. BWA indeed. Thank you for injecting that BWA, folks. Wait, there's a newer one? He made it even better? Oh my God. It's like a fucking military backpack. You know, remember when you said, when someone in chat said, why would you need thousands of rounds? And someone said, because kids are fast. I didn't know we would escalate to actually, this is great. Actual Nerf war. Is he doing, he's doing the fun kind of school shooting. The fun kind. No, not the real one where they die. The fun one where they just get hit by foam. Is that a school? Yeah, it looks like a school. All right. Have I ever thought about doing a tech stream? In what way? Jesus Christ. That kid does rock, by the way. Brilliant use of a cardboard shield. I saw a guy make an arm-mounted CD thrower. What is Fran Lab? I don't know tech channels. I don't have a ton of free time to watch other people's content. I'd break out my Super Soaker. The arch nemesis of the cardboard shield. A brilliant ploy. All right. Cross hormones for children seems to be tallying up a number of mass. Save your hearts, are you even capable of like writing a complete sentence? Let's see. I know people work real hard making advances in weaponry for us to compare today's latest rifles to a fucking pool accident. Yeah. It's true. Super Soaker, all I got is a bathtub elephant squirt toy. Honestly, that can go a long way. I want to play Nerf gun with this guy. He's a total teddy bear. I do too, but also, like, I'm a realist. He would destroy me. I forgot this was live and thought I was watching a Jack vid. No, I'm live. I'm here. Hello, Aquaball. Hello, Carpe Pax. That was a fun little sojourn into Nerf. Let's see here. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Closing some tabs. Hello, Johnny Ramo. Feel a bit out of place tonight during this segment as a decidedly pro-gun leftist. You know, the issue is I think you can have a...
If you do decide to go Nerf gunning, I'll make you a robot suit that has a humanoid model, but can also convert to a car shape for faster movement. You'll be a Nerf transformer. BWA.
Yeah, then I would simply be in a position of... oh man, I was going to use a sound clip and I moved it on my soundboard. Damn it. Damn it. But Paladin Lost, thank you for the $15 dono.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
And like the thing is, I'm not like anti-gun. I'm just in favor of some common sense reforms that we could do. You know, like I think you can be in favor of, you know, leftists arming themselves responsibly and also in favor of common sense gun control. You know? And like, I think you can also be in favor of maybe working towards a world where someday we don't all need to be armed in order to feel safe. That'd be great. Okay, I have a good question. Anyone have a link to a great article on an actual plan? Plan for what? Unexpectedly transforms into a birch bark canoe. Indeed. The dad joke gene in me has been strong the last 2 days. Indeed, indeed. Let's see here. Got some other stuff we can talk about. Boo. Oh, I can't do this story tonight. Oh, we do have to talk about this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. See, I'm very pro-gun. I'm just more pro kids not being shot in schools. Exactly. You know? All I know is I can't own a gun because of social security reasons. Super cool for me, but I know a lot of people who would never give him up. I wouldn't be surprised that, and it wouldn't be the people that should. It'd be better. Okay. How do I get a soundbite like that Paladin person? You gotta be a mod who also gives me a lot of money. Or just, you know, a mod who requests a soundbite. Because I would do that for any of you. I hope you know that. But you guys have not submitted your sound bites. Oh, a plan to get rid of guns in America, one that might just work. Yeah, I don't have that plan. Wait, that's not. Yeah, I've mentioned it on stream numerous times. Yeah, Paladin made it easy by creating his own soundbite, and so did Salmon Moose.
I'm pretty anti-gun despite being able to score a 56/60ths with 6 bullets in all 4 positions with both rifles and handguns, even with just iron sights.
Damn. You know, I'm only able to get a 69/69 with 69 bullets in 69 positions with both rifles, handguns, and no sights whatsoever. I'm from the equilibrium school of combat. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Orange name, we are so back. Hell yeah, Velvet. Love that for you. Also, can I just say, Equilibrium is a movie that gets slept on way too much. It's not a very deep movie, but goddamn, is it fun to watch. I love Equilibrium. Isn't it nice? Let's see here. Okay. How strong is your kung fu? I don't know how to answer that. Over 9,000? Nailed it. All right. New segment. So, folks, you might recall that last week, I think, we talked about a story about an arrest that happened in Charlottesville, Virginia, by ICE. Oh no.
If they ever try to force veganism, I'm going to put on my loincloth, make a spearhead from a stone, and go hunting mammoths like nature intended.
And you know, we'll have mammoths thanks to the wonders of technology. They're going to resurrect those mammoths. I saw those furry, those mammoth mice, those woolly mammoth mice. Those were cute as hell. And I think we should bring back woolly mammoths so that we can hunt them. But the rule has to be that we have to hunt them like our ancestors did. No shooting woolly mammoths. You gotta hunt them in packs of humans with spears. Do you carry knives? Yeah. Knives and pepper spray, baby. Can I use a horse, though? Only if you break it yourself and ride without a saddle. When are they going to bring back saber-toothed cats so they can hunt us? I did hear about the T-Rex leather handbag that's in the works. Again, all of these companies that are saying they're bringing back dinosaurs or bringing back the woolly mammoth, I'm not gonna believe it until I see it. All this stuff about like, oh, we're making T-Rex handbags, I don't believe that. I think you're just making like some kind of weird leather you've discovered, and it's not actually T-Rex skin. I think it is honestly just a scheme to get people to invest in startups. Have I ever? Yes, I have watched Revolutionary Girl Utena. Yeah, the dire wolf stuff was nonsense, which was very saddening. I got real excited when I saw that story happen. Bring back the big monkey. Oh man, the weirder things are gonna start to happen if we are actually able to resurrect like extinct species. The weirder stuff that's gonna happen is when they try and bring back like a hominid ancestor. That's like, imagine them bringing back like an Australopithecus, you know? That'd be fucking weird as shit. I don't think we should do that. I don't like bring back a Neanderthal. No, no thanks. I was one time trying to get with a girl when I was in the army. I was in her room when she loaded Revolutionary Girl Utena. That's when I figured out she was gay. 10 out of 10 moment right there. Also, Dronder, we should bring back the dodo. As human beings, I feel like we do have a duty. If we do have this ability to bring back like species of animal, we should bring back the ones especially that we ourselves are responsible for wiping out. I feel like we have like that kind of a duty, you know? And we just kind of killed the dodo for like no reason. Like we killed them because they were easy to kill. And that's just really sad when you think about it. We should only bring back the tastiest of animals. PP is still losing his riding? That's wonderful. Weren't they tasty as fuck? Honestly, if dodos are tasty, even more reason to bring them back. Didn't we kill carrier pigeons too? Yeah. Bring back the aurochs. Yeah, the aurochs is cool as shit. Bring back all the cool animals and some of the lame ones that we killed. Thoughts on passenger pigeons? They're pretty cool. Didn't they isn't there like a massive ongoing hunt for Tasmanian tigers because people have thought they've been seeing them in the wild? All right, you guys are all derailing me. You're derailing me. We have a segment to do. I just want an Australopithecus to have as a pet. Wait, Australopithecus. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I misread your comment. So, Sake Tanuki. Bring back.
I'm ready for an Australopithecus afarensis to be resurrected to prove to YECs that they walked upright only for Dr. Banjo to show up and cement creaturism.
That's yes. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Bring back trilobites. They're still here, but I think they're neat. We could use more friends. Yeah. Bring back the Piltdown Man. Oh man, that I feel like that's like a recipe for horror, you know? Like you bring back a creature that you think is one way, but it turns out to be like completely different. Or you like mix a bunch of different characteristics from things and it comes back like a horrible, horrible like monstrosity. Yeah, bring back the common ancestor of all life. Let's go big or small, I guess. All right. Let's go. We're diving in. You guys can't stop me. All right, here we go. Just real quick, set the site stream to being live. This is a professional production. So, folks, there is a story that I covered about a week ago about ICE making some really terrifying arrests in Charlottesville, Virginia. And specifically, this case involved like an agent in like a ski mask going into a courthouse. It's terrifying.
I can stop you a little bit.
Sam News, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. But this raid was unnerving. It was scary. And basically these ICE officers not broken, but they came into a courthouse and arrested a man who was leaving his hearing. And two bystanders who were there from like an ICE rapid response hotline, which is a hotline people who think they might be targeted by ICE can call, and then people come out to like protect and oversee your rights during a potential ICE encounter. It's a really brave thing for people to do. And well, we have updates on that story in particular, and it's not great. ICE is basically threatening to prosecute the two women who were there at the courthouse trying to protect this man's rights. And the top prosecutor for this particular courthouse in Charlottesville announced that there was going to be an investigation into the incident, and ICE is now attacking the prosecutor of that case, publicly making smears against him and trying to like make his life much worse. It's bad. Their statement goes, "It's shameful." And I want to note here that the reporting on this comes from dailyprogress.com, a local outlet. "It's shameful," wrote an ICE spokesman who declined to be named in a Saturday morning statement. And, you know, I just want to say it's really wild that like ICE knows how widely despised they are when even their spokespeople, the people who were hired to be the public PR face of the organization, don't want their name associated with the organization, you know? So yeah, it's wild. Now the targets of these arrests were Teodoro Dominguez Rodriguez, who was arrested in December. And I believe that he was in the courthouse on that particular occasion because he had some kind of domestic altercation with a family member. And the charge was allegedly being dropped in that particular appearance. That's why he was in court. It's a whole thing. The charge wound up being dismissed. And the other man is Pablo Aparicio Marcelino, who's 32, native of Mexico. And he had 4 like convictions for driving without a license and failing to stop at the scene of an accident. Okay. and he was currently clearing up a charge of driving while intoxicated. So both these men arrested at this courthouse in a very chilling scene, and I'll just play a little bit of it because to refresh your memories. This particular case.
Excuse me, you cannot impede me in my lawful duties. That is a crime. Do you understand? Do not touch me or...
See, now you have this guy in a fucking balaclava over here coming over, and you see that it's actually quite scary that they're in a courthouse making threats.
Impede me in my lawful duties, ma'am. Do you understand? It is a crime for you to do so.
Why? Do you have a warrant
Senor,
for his arrest? Do you have a warrant for his arrest?
Yes.
Where?
Hey,
warrant?
grab him.
The warrant for his arrest. Warrant signed by a
Get
judge.
off me, or I am calling the U.S. Attorney and prosecuting you for assault on a federal officer.
Show us the warrant
Back
for his
up.
arrest. Show us a warrant signed by a judge.
Turn him around.
You don't have a warrant.
Sir.
Show us a warrant for his arrest.
We are officers with Homeland Security.
You don't have a
You got
warrant
it?
signed by a judge.
All right, Senor Dominguez. No se preocupe.
You don't have to.
You-
No necesitas decirle nada, no necesitas decirle nada sin abogado.
Got it?
No firme nada sin abogado.
Everybody ready? Yep. Let's go out, please. Vamos, señor, por favor, sígueme.
Yeah, so that's terrifying. And you might be thinking to yourselves, hey, wait a minute, why are they like, they look like they're just some guys, and like one of them put on like a face covering, but like they don't look like agents of any kind whatsoever. And there's a reason for that, because actually the agents identified in this video, well, let's go down to a really interesting part of this. All right. This particular part right here is very revealing. I'm just gonna read it here. The day before the courthouse raid, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin announced that the first wave of an immigrant detention operation had netted 531 arrests, including 132 with alleged gang affiliations. The operation was conducted by the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force, a federal state partnership established by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security on February 25th. All Virginians should be proud that our state troopers and corrections officers are a part of this incredible team of over 200 law enforcement officers, Youngkin said in an April 21st statement. The fact that so many agents appear to be recently deputized could explain why the Charlottesville raid strayed from typical operating procedure, according to one retired FBI agent. Quote, they probably don't have credentials, unquote, retired FBI agent Jane Collins told the Daily Progress. Quote, they also probably don't have experience arresting federal subjects, so maybe that explains the real departure from the way federal officers conduct business, unquote. ICE has not said what federal charges the two detained men, both local house painters, face. The two are no strangers to the local court system, etc. And it goes on to talk about the different legal woes of these two men. But just to clarify here, the reason these two guys, the men in this video, were so unprofessional and did not show the documents that they needed to show legally, is because they were recently deputized by the governor of the state and don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just going in and grabbing people because they've been told they have the authority to do it. It's disgusting. As a Virginia, I'm not fucking proud. Yeah, I would hope not. And honestly, I would encourage anyone who is from Virginia to call the governor's office and keep calling the governor's office. You know, fax the governor's office as well with demands to end this type of partnership with the federal government, because this is gross. This is disgusting. This is brown shirtery. So in response, the local prosecutor has gone on to say that he's going to continue his investigation into the events that transpired at the courthouse. And specifically the fact that the ICE agents did not produce proper paperwork or badges to the particular men who were being detained. They instead only provided that to the bailiffs inside the courthouse, which again is not identifying themselves to the people in question here. Now, the prosecutor in this case is one Jim Hingley, and he's standing by his investigation. It is a fact that the method chosen by ICE agents to make these arrests constituted a risk to public safety, and I stand by that statement, Hingley told the Daily Progress in an email. He also took a swipe at ICE. In Albemarle County, at least, if not at ICE, facts are facts, and I'm confident my constituents appreciate my efforts to bring facts to light. He said his investigation into the raid is ongoing, regardless of what ICE says. My investigation is balanced and impartial, and I have received input from the federal agencies involved in making the arrests, all the more reason it seemed to me to conclude that the ICE spokesperson's attack on my integrity was misguided. I leave it to my constituents to decide who was posturing for the media. And he says that with quotes around it. So, props. Yeah, I want to say, because also these two women who intervened in that video, who are trying to get those men to produce warrants, as is their legal right to do. ICE wants to prosecute them for obstructing justice. And this is why I said when I initially covered this story that what they were doing is heroic, okay? Because there are very real consequences for being that kind of frontline responder to these types of incidents. And that's all the more reason why we should do it, why other folks should volunteer here. And the fact that they stood up for what is right, the fact that this prosecutor is standing up for what is right, the fact that, like, people are paying attention, we are paying attention, you guys are aware that this is happening. Make sure other people are aware this is happening, because these stories are going way underreported. That wasn't more like obstructing injustice. Exactly. They have a right to request identification from these men. And it is not good enough for them to just say, oh, we're agents from Homeland Security, because literally anyone can say that. You know, any 2-bit kidnapper can say, oh, I'm with Homeland Security, don't resist, and then just take you to a torture basement somewhere. So when we're talking about these stories, it's important. Do you know about the multi-agency raid of an underground nightclub at Colorado? Yeah, I have heard about that. And yeah, it was on an army base with like army security, right? I don't believe the official narrative that was put out by ICE, by the way. I don't believe that one bit. Where was the bailiff? Not in that video. I imagine that they basically just showed those documents to someone at the entrance to the courthouse and then went and just were doing whatever they wanted to inside, you know? Oh, it was near a military base? My understanding was that it had active duty, like, servicemen, like, as bouncers. It was bizarre. There were a lot of details about that story that I just find not convincing. Wonder if Kyle Clark has covered it? Probably. We should probably check in with Kyle Clark, as we should every so often, because he's good at what he does. It's literally how the St. Valentine's Day massacre happened. Gangsters dressed as cops, killing competition. Yep. Was the nightclub raid a huge escalation and that we should worry about? I mean, I don't think it's really an escalation. I think it's more in line with like raids on migrant working hubs, you know? It is that's more business as usual, unfortunately, from ICE. If this country survives, we should abolish ICE. Absolutely, 10,000%. Does anyone have a link to that video? Here you go. It's in this article. It's embedded. Anyway, I felt like we should update the story with what has happened since then, and there we go. We did it. We did it, everybody. Huzzah! Don't let the far right drag us into another stupid culture war. Counterpoint. Just stay true to your principles. You know? The reason so many people take the bait on culture war shit is because they don't have solid principles on given issues. Let's see. Continue to not read theory. So, folks, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, hey, the show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you, folks. Also, we're so close to 11,700 on Twitch. Go hit that follow button if you haven't yet. You know, we even have a theme song here for what you should do as we go through segments. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button. Click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the Counterpoint: when the right goes after our culture with restrictions on education or minority rights, we should fight back. Well, yeah, but that requires being true to principles. The reason why the right is able to gain ground in culture war is because some of us, there are some among us who lack actual principles that ground them in supporting those things. That was easy. Did you hit the button? The button? I clicked the butt already? Good. Click that butt. Let's see here, folks. I clicked the button years ago. You still haven't gotten rid of me? Never will. I'm all out of butts to click. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Time to do content that will get me views. Sadly, the content that gets views on YouTube these days is not the content that gets views on my channel anyway, is not the hard-hitting updates about ICE overreach. Chat, are we happy that Canada broke left? Yeah, good job, Canadians. God, Jimmy Pineapple. I watched an anime over the last several days while I've been sick called Brave Bang Bravern, or Bang Brave Bravern. I forget the order there. There's a lot of B's and bangs. There is so much, like, there are so many instances of Japanese voice actors saying English lines like, "Oh shit," and it's amazing. It's some of the best "aw shits" I've ever heard in my life, and it's just all over in that show. It's great. It's a 10 out of 10. Paul Revere currently losing his district is intensely funny. It's super funny. I am finding it incredible that he might actually just lose his own district, which is he should. Oh. Okay.
Other than my poor wife.
All right. It's time. It's time for pain, everybody. And it's some long form pain. I don't know if I've got like I don't know how much of this I can get through. Okay. We can get through. So I'm going back and forth here. because maybe we do the pain segment, but I play Oblivion, but maybe that's cheating. Maybe I need to feel the pain as well. I don't know. What do you guys think? Did you guys enjoy when we did that Michael Knowles conspiracy Oblivion side by side? Was that all right? Did you guys still enjoy that? Depends on what the pain is. Pain good, more pain. Feel the pain. Must feel the pain. Is the brain rot similar? It's not Michael Knowles. Don't worry about it. All right, let's I'm gonna do Oblivion. Fuck it. You guys have convinced me. Who is it? It's someone you've already seen today on the show and someone you haven't seen on the show. I have to update. Man. You know what this is? Do you? I feel like you guys don't know what this is. Because it's an older video. There we go. Good night, Dragonfly. Get good sleep. Mandaquarian, where have you been? And also, thank you. I really tried to look pretty today. Is it Happy Science? Nah, but that'd be fun too. Happy Science I would just watch with you guys. Maybe we'll do a Happy Science stream this week. That could be really fun. All right. Oh no, a conundrum. Well, you guys are going to find out sooner or later. I just need to turn down the music so that you guys can actually hear what's happening. Hints. Okay, hint number 1. Okay, cool. Hint number 1. It's not a very good hint because it gives it all away. Oh no! Oh yes. So, folks, I'm gonna play Oblivion and also react to getting killed by a ghost in Oblivion. And also Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian having a great conversation. I need to take care of this ghost, though, so we're going to start the segment.
Our friends over at Law and Crime are doing on YouTube. A theme we are starting to see pop up more and more is people in high places being accused of committing the most disturbing crimes. With all the accusations coming out against P. Diddy and other big names lately, it's become very clear there is a lot of sickening and bizarre stuff that happens behind closed doors in Hollywood. So Law and Crime has made a new channel on YouTube with a mission to expose the dark side of fame. From the disturbing rumors floating around Hollywood to legal battles erupting between celebrities, their new channel is called Scandal, and it's dedicated to exposing all of that and more. If that sounds like it's up your alley and you want to know more, go check it out. Go to Law and Crime's new...
I thought we were done.
Join me now, someone from the other side of the aisle, Anna Kasparian. She's host and executive producer of The Young Turks. Anna, welcome back. Great to see you. All right, so this could be your future. You, as somebody who is not necessarily in the Donald Trump fan club, I don't see you in the red hat. You too, if you know Kid Rock at all, or even I think I could do it, could get invited to the White House to sit down with Donald Trump. He brought Bill Maher. He was on Bill Maher's show. He convinced Bill Maher to go to the White House to the satisfaction of no one. No one wanted to see this. It's kind of like when Mika and Joe went to Mar-a-Lago. And Bill did it, even though he really doesn't like Donald Trump. And he says he's going to talk about it on his show. I guess he's off this Friday, but I guess the following Friday. But in the meantime, we're getting a flavor for what went down because Kid Rock went on Fox and Friends the next morning and said this.
Me, Bill, Dana White, and it could not have been better. Everyone was so surprised, so pleasant. The most shocking thing to me was, Bill's obviously a very big liberal, been very hard on the president, but he's donated a lot of money to other politicians. You've had Biden, Clinton, Obama, everybody. He had never been to the White House, and the president was so gracious. He took us up to the private residence. We saw the Gettysburg Address in the Lincoln bedroom, and I was like, "You've never been here, Bill?" And I was like, "How about this? President Trump, extending this olive branch," and we talked about things we had in common, ending wokeness, securing the border. The president was asking him what he thought about policy, going on with Iran and Israel and things. It just meant it blew my mind. It was right. I was very, very proud.
Amazing. And
Cool.
By the way, it was also added that Maher showed up with a list of terrible things that Trump had said about Maher, and he showed it, I guess, to President Trump, who signed it and gave it back to him. Wow. Classic. Anyway, yeah. So what do you make of it? Because the left is very unhappy with Bill for doing this. I don't know that the right is loving it either, but I think they're used to Trump doing this now because he's had a parade of liberals come to him, from big tech people to media people. So what's your take on it?
Well, I have some experience with this, not necessarily meeting with Donald Trump, of course, but, the culture where you're not supposed to talk to the other side at all. I mean, I've lost friends for my willingness to come on shows like this one because I think it's important to have these conversations. I do think that there are areas of common ground. It doesn't mean you need to be a Trump supporter.
Yeah, but no one's saying don't ever talk to Trump people. No one's ever saying, oh no, the big problem is we don't understand conservative ideas enough. They write infinite numbers of op-eds explaining why they're doing what they're doing. It's not a lack of knowledge on our parts. I don't understand this argument.
But Trump is the president of the United States, meaning he's meant to represent everyone, including individuals who did not vote for him. And if the left in general is unwilling to even have a conversation with anyone on the right, including the president, well, how are you ever going to expect him to consider the issues that matter the most to you. So I actually think opening up dialogue with individuals you disagree with is more important than just existing in this echo chamber where you're going to hear everything you want to hear, where your ideas are going to be validated, and quite frankly, where the lack of challenge to your ideas will make you quite weak and unappealing eventually to the electorate.
Do you think, I know Bill loosely, I've been on his show many times. I really do think he can't stand President Trump. I mean, he truly has got like a sincere case of the TDS, but he did this, which was extraordinary. So do you think there's any chance he comes out liking Trump?
Oh my God.
Knowing Bill Maher's values, it's unlikely. I do think that they have some common ground because of the fact that Bill Maher is willing to call out some of the pathologies on the left, some of the cultural issues on the left, the closed-mindedness and stuff like that. So I think that finding that common ground is important. And I think that's what kind of opened up this situation where they can sit down and have a conversation with each other.
Man, I love how it's just like, yeah, you know, this is really groundbreaking. This is really some wild shit happening here. Really groundbreaking. They went and had dinner together. That happens all the time. People have dinner. Like,
but that doesn't necessarily mean that Bill Maher is going to be like a red hat wearing Trump supporter tomorrow. It just means that at least he had a dialogue. Maybe he's better suited to understand where Trump is coming from and vice versa. It's just an important thing to do when you have two major public figures who disagree with each other come together. And I think what Kid Rock said about the importance of healing the country is very much true. Again, you have two very different sides, but is there a way that the two different sides can work together where they have common ground and also not...
Like, here's the thing that I always want elaborated on. What common ground? What common ground is not going to be, like, have the earth salted underneath it by these people? You know, like, when we're talking about working together with, like... folks across the aisle, it's not to compromise.
I did not have watching two grifting blondes take turns pretending that Bill Maher is a leftist on my bingo card, but here we are. BWA, I guess.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I'm fascinated by this, you know, like it just seems to me that when we're talking about finding common ground with conservatives, it cannot be that common ground is then like capitulated on. It cannot be that common ground is then used to like make concessions to conservative positions, because frankly, what that always leads to historically, every single policy you look at, compromise with conservatives worsens the policy. You cannot find an example, or if you can, they're shockingly, vanishingly rare, of compromise with conservatives making for better policy.
Engage in this really disgusting fear-mongering and dehumanization that we've seen in this country for the last several decades in regard to the other side. We need to get past that because we need to bring Americans together. I hate the fact that we've been dehumanizing each other for so long.
I'll tell you a funny story of how I met Kid Rock. It was 15 years ago. I was hosting an afternoon show on Fox called America Live. And I would go through...
Wait, why do we care about you meeting Kid Rock? What does that have to do with anything?
Through the show email while on the air. Like during the commercial breaks, and the audience would write in, and you kept it interactive. And an email popped up saying it was from Kid Rock and that he was in town in New York that night for his birthday and was wondering if Doug, my husband, and I could come. And it said where the party was. And it just had the ring of truth because it was specific. It had Doug's name, blah, blah. But I was also like, this has got to be bullshit. So I forwarded it to my booker, and I was like, can you see if this is real? Because I actually am a fan of Kid Rock's. And so she got back.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you just love Kid Rock's music. Uh-huh. Just a huge fan. Which part of Kid Rock's music do you like? Name your top favorite song.
We said, it's real. So that night, Doug and I went to this little bar that Kid Rock was having his birthday party in. We walked in, he was sitting there, he looked at me, he goes, holy shit, it worked.
Ha 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 ha. What a great story of you being invited to a mediocre celebrity's birthday party. Wowee.
And we became friends ever after. So I really like him a lot. And he's gone, he's very pro-Trump now and he's MAGA, but he really was a political independent who was very open-minded. I would put him closer to like a Joe Rogan, who was maybe in a lot of ways more blue in his politics, but then we all lost our love and minds as a culture. And he's Kid Rock, for God's sake. I mean, there's zero chance that he is going to go woke. And that, among other issues, I think, drove him into the arms of Donald Trump and MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that there are a few different things happening simultaneously, and I definitely played a role in it. And then once I realized how toxic it was, I tried to kind of reform the way that, the majority of people on the left think about engaging in dialogue. So if you want to have any influence or sway over people in positions of power, whether it be a member of the media, whether it be a politician, or even the president of the United States, you can't just close yourself off to talking to the other side, right? And if you do, then you're not going to have any influence. You're going to be part of your cutesy little exclusive club where you engage in purity contests and you purge people away or purge people out of your group. Whereas, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, and I'm going to ask you. I feel that the right wing, whether they're doing it because of who they are, their own personal culture, and
can I just say that, like, the right wing purges people from their groups all the time. Like all the time. Anyone who does not adhere to their like standards gets yeeted almost instantly. Like, this is a bad example.
how they value conversations, or whether they're doing it as a way of accumulating power. They bring people in, even if there are some significant disagreements. If there are areas where they can find commonality or agreement with the other side, they're super welcoming and inviting. And that's how you build power. That's how you build power. I mean, you bring people in, you don't push people out.
I totally agree with that. And I do think there's a reason for it. I think it's because people who are on the right spend their whole lives dealing with people who disagree with them. That's just society, while it's split, 50-50 or 55-45, depending on the era, Dem and Republican. And now that Republicans have the edge these days. But overall, liberals control the institutions. They've controlled the media for a long time. They control Hollywood. They control big sports. They control big corporations. So if you're a conservative or even just center right, like, you have to deal with them everywhere. And K through 12, not to mention college education, my God, everyone's liberal and they want you to be too. So you either need to like be able to talk the talk or be able to politely engage. And
yeah, it's almost like people getting educated and caring about others leads to being more left-leaning. That's crazy. That's wild. What a weird association.
As I always say, not make that the stakes of your friendship if you're talking about actual friends, because in where I grew up, you'd have no friends if you only waited for conservatives to come into your life, right? Like, I was living on the Upper West Side of Manhattan for the past 17 years. I wouldn't have a single friend if I waited for it to be all conservatives. And I didn't really want to hang out with my Fox people because while they were fine at work, it's like you don't want to fill your social life with media people. That's that's not where anybody wants to go. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But it's disheartening. It's disheartening because, recently I lost a friendship over politics. I mean, at this point in my life, I thought we'd be past that. But as I've gotten more pro-MAGA,
I thought I'd be bad.
That's been like a deal breaker for some of my leftist friends.
I doubt it.
I mean, I'm not even pro-MAGA. I'm just someone who's willing to have these types of conversations, and I've lost friends over that. My core values haven't changed, but I also realized that on some issues, I didn't have all the information, and I changed my mind based on additional information I was exposed to. But, the cultish treatment of politics, I think, has been really, really toxic for this country. And if you're
it's insane to talk about cultish politics with someone who is pro MAGA, but the object of your ire is left people. People on the left. Are you insane?
I hate this lady. Mom would listen to her transphobic rants and her transphobic guests' rants in the car driving me to work. I can't drive, and we had no functional public transit in our area.
Like Megyn Kelly's transphobic rants. That's basically my understanding is that Megyn Kelly is basically just the American J.K. Rowling, minus like, you know, a hit children's book series. That's my understanding. Am I wrong about that, chat? I'm not super familiar with her content. I'm endeavoring to be more familiar with it, largely because it seems like she's becoming more relevant. She's kind of ascendant in like the conservosphere. Megyn Kelly, yeah. Turfs of a feather. Yeah.
You're already at a point where you're automatically dehumanizing the other side or a member of the other side. You've gone way, way too far, and you're actually taking part in what's ripping the country apart. So,
okay, but there's a big difference between automatically like painting everyone as evil and vile, based off of their voter affiliation and nothing else, and putting a political commentator who does that as their job in that bucket. Because a political commentator is different from someone who is just like your average Joe Schmo who might not know any better. You know, like Joe Schmo has a lot of other priorities, might not be paying that close attention to politics, you know? And genuinely that can lead people to worse positions, right? But like to act like, oh man, all of my political commentator friends are being, you know, painted with a broad brush. It's like, well, yeah, they are. Because they're doing a job that is very politically motivated.
How to tell us apart? I'm in brown. He's in blue. Simple, really.
So I'm not a Kid Rock fan. I want to be clear about that. But the fact that he, out of all these people, was able to set up a meeting between Bill Maher and Donald Trump is admirable. So I'm glad that Bill Maher did it. I hope that he doesn't get too much backlash because I don't see him as someone who's going to, you know, go out and start cheerleading the Trump administration. But
I don't either.
He's leading by example. Having these conversations is important.
Yeah, and Trump's ripped on him too. I mean, it's been a mutual non-admiration society, so perhaps there'll be a thaw. To his credit, Bill Maher is a comedian who still wants to be funny. You know, he does his monologue every week. He rips on both sides. He's genuinely looking to make people laugh, and he's really good at it.
Is he though? Is he? Or is he maybe one of like the least funny guys out there? Because I think he's one of the least funny guys out there. I think it's that one.
Okay, so do we take this over into the field of romance, though? You know, our general mutual philosophy of don't rule out somebody as a friend or somebody you'd speak to because of their politics. Because there's this viral video, I'm sure you saw it going around on the internet. I saw it on X, but I'm sure it's on Insta and TikTok and all of them, of this liberal woman who says she broke up with her boyfriend over politics. And this has engendered so many strong feelings in the comments section. Wherever it gets posted, here's a bit of it in SOT 38.
So I am obviously, like, very much, everyone knows that I'm a liberal woman. My brother's gay, all my friends are gay, also like abortion rights, female rights, but anyways, so I would like always ask him, I'd be like, what's your politics? Like, where do you lean? And he was just like, well, like socially, I'm...
Uh-oh. We still
I'm
live?
not a liberal, but
okay.
Economically I'm a Republican. Fuck that. Okay, fuck this. This is my last straw. Again, I'm a very liberal woman. I have to date someone that is on the same page as me because I can't disagree with someone on something that is so important to me for the rest of my life. I fully respect Republicans. I understand that you want to vote that way, but for me, I don't want to marry you and I don't want to date you. So we ended it. And no regrets. I've been single ever since. It was awesome. It's been awesome.
Good for her.
Like virtually every man I follow on X had the same response. Dodged a bullet there, man. Congrats. Can I just, before we get to the substance of I won't date a guy who doesn't share my politics, she's extremely unlikable. She's caustic. She's smug. She said there's an arrogance to her. Like, it's my way or the highway. I know better. I mean, you're disgusting.
Megyn Kelly, you don't really have the high ground here to make these accusations. Glass houses and all that, you know?
Because you don't agree with me politically. Like, there's a disdain, even though half the country disagrees with her politically. A lot of really good, beautiful people disagree with her politically.
It's not half the country, but okay.
Why is that associated so often with these liberal women who do these posts on social media?
Well, wait a minute. It's because liberal women don't want someone who's like part of their main ideology is that they can tell most people don't appreciate when you have an ideology that says, they can control your body. Regardless of whether they're a man, a woman, conservative, liberal, whatever, if someone's telling you, hey, I don't think you should dress that way. I think you should dress like this. And wants to like dress you like you're a living Barbie doll, or wants to like decide what kind of medical care you get to have. Like, people don't take kindly to that, especially not in their romantic partners. Or the ideas like women should be subservient to men. That is a common conservative idea. And it turns out women generally don't like that one so much. It's not a huge, not polling well with the ladies. Hey, why are all these conservative men repelling women? I don't know. Maybe because they're all watching Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate is vile.
I'm Wilbur, owner and proprietor of the Count's Arms.
And like talks about how you have the right to rape women. I don't know. Maybe women aren't the fan of that. Just spitballing here.
Well, I have seen a lot of posts like that, but look, I'm just gonna say she seems to know herself and what she wants really well. And she's going for it, so go for it. I actually don't have any ill feelings toward her at all because she's determined. I'm unwilling to move even an inch on my politics. But I do agree that she might be closing herself off to individuals that would be wonderful for her, including her now ex-boyfriend, because people change, people grow, and they shift their positions on issues here and there. I think it's wrong to think that someone's political identity can't be fluid. I think it's fluid to some extent. What I find really interesting is that he agreed with her on social issues, and the agreement on social issues, it's what's really likely to lead to a smoother relationship. If he's more fiscally conservative, I don't think that's necessarily something that should be a deal breaker.
I'll tell you something, though. I'll tell you something right now, Anna. He didn't agree with her on social issues. It was a lie.
Probably.
If he's fiscally conservative, he's not. In today's...
I'm glad Megyn Kelly's saying it. If you're fiscally conservative, let's be real, you're also socially conservative. You're...
Hello, good lady. You wouldn't happen to be in the market for a home, would you?
Social environment, maybe like the social environment of 15 years ago where the big thing was like gay marriage. You could be like a pro-choice, pro-gay marriage Republican, like a Rudy Giuliani. Right. But there is zero chance in today's day and age somebody who says they're fiscally conservative is actually socially liberal too. I don't believe it. So she was right that they had vast differences. I just find her so disdainful and unlikable. And women like that are...
Okay, but also, it's fine if you find her distasteful, and unlikable because you don't have to fuck her. You're not in a relationship with her, Megyn Kelly, unless you want to be, in which case you're talking... I just have to say, you're talking an awful lot about this woman for someone who doesn't want to fuck her. Let's put it that way.
Giving like my liberal friends a bad name because she's so nasty and seems to be like playing fast and loose with this guy.
Also, you're carrying water for a guy who talked about you bleeding out of your wherever. Like, I don't know. So strange.
His feelings like he's a nothing to her just because he has different politics. All right, one more for you on the culture front. And this is another woman, and this is gonna take us to a place that I've really been dying to discuss. This is a woman named Paige Connell. She's a TikTok mom influencer, and she decided to post a very long.
Wait, I'm sorry. I don't remember Osmosis Jones that well. Kid Rock has a song in Osmosis Jones about wanting to have sex with children. I'm sorry, Real Rad Hom. I missed that comment. What? You did? I did not know. I did not at all. In fact, no. A lot of people just going, yep, like, Jesus Christ, what? Can I get more context on that? Good luck, Entrama. Good luck with your interview. Wait, Kid Rock's lyrics are always, listen all you Kid Rock's lyrics in the song are, listen all you ladies, I like them underage, see? Some say it's statutory, I say it's mandatory. Holy fuck, what? Ladies, I like them underage, see? I say it's statutory, you say it's statutory, I say it's mandatory. That's fucking crazy. So, like, no one was paying attention to the production of Osmosis Jones. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, go off, Queen. Talk about how you love Kid Rock so much.
I gave this woman 5 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back. It was all about how she's a working mom. Her husband works too. They have kids. She's very, very unsatisfied with the amount, or was, of housework and support he was bringing to the home. And she really had to lecture him into doing more, and then was extremely disappointed when he did not live up to like her expectations. Let me play what we have of it. Slot 39.
My husband and I had 4 kids. We both worked full time. We had been together for 16 years at this point. And on paper, I have an amazing husband, but I was incredibly frustrated and burnt out from our marriage and from motherhood. And when we have kids, women tend to carry a disproportionate amount of the work in the home, the work of raising kids, and the mental load. And about 3 months after my 4th baby was born, I remember looking at my husband and saying, I need more. I need you to do more. And I said, okay, something that would make my life easier is if in the mornings when I came downstairs with the 4 kids, because I do mornings by myself, the dishwasher was emptied, the dishes were put away, and the trash was taken out. And so, of course, he does it, but then I have to remind him, and then he forgets. I felt so disrespected and unseen and unvalued at that point in time. So we did the work to figure out what equity looked like in our relationship. And it can hurt your relationship. It can ruin your marriage if you do not participate in an equitable way in your home.
Here's the thing that most men I follow on Twitter are responding to on X. They're offended that a wife would post a diss video about her husband on the internet in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, look, I have a broader point to make about that culture, and it goes well beyond wives posting about their husbands. Please stop airing your dirty laundry on social media. Honestly, have a little bit of respect, a modicum of respect for the people in your personal life, even if you're in the middle of a feud with them. How about respect their privacy and work it out privately? You don't need a bunch of random strangers chiming in on your relationship. I would never in a million years do that to my husband or my friends or to my colleagues, which has been done to me many, many times. I think it's disgusting. It shows a lack of maturity. Have the conversation privately. Work out your own drama and your own issues privately. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is Look, a marriage, as I'm sure you know, it's a partnership. And I think when you fail to see it as a partnership and you instead kind of like tally who's doing what and whether or not you're, pulling your weight or he's pulling his weight, that's just a toxic environment to function in, to have a relationship in. And so I learned that lesson.
I mean, there's some truth there, but partly it does not seem like whatever the scenario, that woman was not getting whatever she needed from that particular relationship, and you need to be able to get what you need in a relationship. Otherwise, it's not going to last. It's not going to be stable.
And pretty early on in my marriage, I remember in the very beginning, it was like, okay, he's got his bank account, I've got my bank account, and he's going to pay these bills, I'm going to pay those bills. For some marriages, that works out. But I remember, Cenk Uygur, my co-host and the founder of the Young Turks, he kind of pulled me aside and said, you're kind of paving a path to a lot of conflict here. You have to see your marriage as a partnership. And don't think of it as his money versus my money. And honestly, that was the best advice I ever got in my marriage. And we do really well together. And I don't, he's not keeping track of whether I'm pulling my weight. I'm not keeping track of whether he's pulling his weight. We have mutual love and mutual respect for each other. And we look out for each other. That's, in my opinion, a successful marriage.
It reminds me of, not your particular example, but, remember the Joy Luck Club? The Joy Luck Club, where one of the four women, it's all about these four moms and then their next gen coming up and the lives that all 8 women are leading. And the one daughter of the mom is in a marriage where the guy like makes her write down if she ate the tub of ice cream that was in the freezer, because it's going to come off of her share of the grocery money. She ate the ice cream and that's $4 that she now owes. It was so, it's abusive really is what it is. It's abusive. But I do think there's something happening with men and women in, on the conservative side of the aisle that's just not reasonable. A little upsetting to me right now. And that is like, as we have bent over backwards as conservatives or, right-leaning people to make clear to women that they don't have to, quote, have it all, that like if they don't want to work outside of the home and they want to be stay-at-home wives or stay-at-home moms too, like doing it all, that's a totally amazing choice. And no one should look down on it. It's the most important job in the world. It's literally the most important job in the world to be a mother and to read.
Literally no one does. No one on the left looks down on being a mother. The only people who look down on being a mother are like Andrew Tate types.
These good children. But like so many things, we overcorrect. We do it on the right. The left does it too. And what's happening right now on the right to some extent is it's morphing into, and there's something wrong with somebody who works. And the women who work are less attractive and not good partners. And also, if you choose to...
Yeah, that's a direct result of the things you believe, though. Like, that's on you. You believe these things. You believe ideas that when taken to their logical conclusion, lead to that.
To work in like your 20s and your 30s and spend a lot of time at the office, you're effing up your whole life. You're not going to meet a man and you're not going to have a kid, even though that's not necessarily true. It's much easier to meet somebody and have a baby in your 20s because you're young and you got your totally golden eggs. But so many women have kids in their 30s. I mean, without fertility help. And we've just sort of gotten to this place on the right where the messaging to me is like, it's making me really uncomfortable. What do you make of it?
Well, it's always made me uncomfortable, especially because I think the best possible situation is the situation in which women get to decide, right? So if they decide they want to be stay-at-home mothers, I think it's important to have the economic conditions that allow for that to happen. And I have a lot of respect for stay-at-home moms. I agree with you. I think that's literally the most difficult job in the world. And it's important for kids to have that close relationship with their mother growing up, especially in like the formative years. But I do think that it's possible for mothers to work and still be great mothers. The thing is, a lot of women don't even have that choice. You get what I'm saying? Especially in this current economy with inflation. So I would love to live in a world where I could be a stay-at-home, housewife. But it's just not realistic. You know, we got to pay our bills and we both have to work. But I really do think if we had that economic situation in place, a lot of women would choose to be stay-at-home mothers, and it should be their choice. I don't think it's anyone's place to judge the decisions that are made by any family, right? It's up to that family to decide what works best for them and whether or not they could afford the setup that they want to pursue.
But here's what's happening on the right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, you know, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, you know, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives. And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. And this is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work?
I don't know. Maybe it's because you embrace the same ideological positions as what led that to being the norm in the past. Maybe it's because you did the same things that happened previously with no introspection or self-reflection and thought, maybe it'll be different this time. And then, oh, surprise, surprise, it wasn't different this time.
If they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right, because like the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women who, and there's nothing to apologize for here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids, or can't. They just weren't able to meet somebody and definitely don't need to be shamed over it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I totally agree with you. I'm of two minds of this, though, because if you are a young man and you know what you want and you think you have the earning power to literally carry the entire family financially, well, then I guess wait around until you find the right woman for you. But I think most women, not all, but most women, even conservative women, think it's important to have some level of financial independence, right? I mean, you never know if your marriage is going to go perfectly well. Things could fall apart. And if you haven't been in the job market at all for a long time, it's going to be difficult for you to get back in. So look, it really depends on the guy. And if he really has a problem with his wife working, well, then
no, like, I'm sorry, but like if your man has a problem with you working, like, that's a problem with you having agency. He's going to have other problems with you beyond just you going to work. You know, he wants more control than that.
It's fascinating seeing Anna laud the most praise upon birthing persons and people with uteruses. Hashtag hardest job.
It's yep. Oh, God.
That's on him. And I think he's actually going to have some difficulty finding a partner. But there's so many factors to consider, including the financial difficulty of living in a single income household where you're trying to raise kids. And look, I also think, whether these guys want to believe it or not, when you have a stay-at-home wife, I've seen too many instances of this resentment building because, for whatever reason, guys tend to think that, oh, well, she's staying home. She's not out there working as hard as I am. She's just home raising the kids. She has a comfortable life. I'm providing for her. This like resentment starts to build. And I've seen it all over the place. I've seen it in context like my own family. I've seen it, you know, outside of my family. And so I think
you're just staying
they
home
don't
all
really
day.
know
It's
what
not
they're
a real
asking
job.
for here, but I could be wrong. Who knows? And I agree with you. I think that it is important to have strong female voices on both sides of the political aisle. And I think they could really be hurting the conservative movement by essentially, you know, banning women from taking part in conservative media. I mean, you're one of the strongest
sides of my first protest sign in the server. I want everyone to go look and say hooray for our signs.
Hooray! Yeah, everyone, if you're making signs for protests, you should absolutely share them over in the Discord under Agitprop. And if you see any good ones, make extras for your friends. Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it.
conservative voices, you know, female voices out there. So if you didn't exist, I don't know. I just don't think the conservative message would be as powerful.
Well, thank you for that. I think they'd be fine. But I do think that there's a strain, especially.
I don't understand this. I gotta be honest. I view conservatives as like a mortal enemy. Like they are agents of a long-standing tyranny that I must oppose. I don't understand the impulse to like give them compliments like this, you know? Like I don't understand like, oh, what would possess me if I was on Megyn Kelly's show to just glaze her like this? And I don't think that there is anything that could induce me to that. It is gross.
Especially of young women who appreciate seeing a strong conservative woman who's had a voice in this lane and also had a family. You know, like I know now you get shamed for saying that you can have it all, but you can. I'm sorry, I'll never say anything different. You can. Yes, there are risks. Yeah. Yes, you know, if what's most important to you is to have children and also ideally to be with them even in your golden years. And sadly, you know, I mean, I had mine when I was older, so that clips the time that you'll be old with them and ideally grandchildren in your life, but it just didn't work out for me that way. I met my husband when I was 35. But anyway, so if you really want to have kids when you're very young, yes, you may have to table career opportunities for a while. But in my case, I just feel like it worked out wonderfully. And all I want people to know is this too is a potential option for you. I do believe if you want it badly enough, you will make it happen. You will make your career happen. You will make your amazing marriage happen. You will make your great kids happen too.
Right. And look, I think that
Law of attraction. Haven't you heard? It's really easy. You just have to want something enough and it happens. That's why people stay poor, Anna. People stay poor because, well, they don't want to be rich enough. And frankly, if you just want to be rich enough, you'll become rich. It's really simple. Laws of attraction, Anna.
I remember you had put out some tweet and a lot of conservative women were like dogpiling on you. And I think the reason why that happened is because there's always this statement about how women can have it all. And I agree with you. I think women can be mothers. I think they can raise a family and still have a career. But that message also needs to be followed up with the reality of how it is challenging and it's incredibly difficult, right? It's not as easy as it is for a man. And that's because of the gender dynamics at play. You know, women in general tend to be more nurturing. That's the evolutionary advantage that women have. They're the ones who do the nurturing of the family, of the children. And so when you add a career on top of that, that becomes very challenging and difficult. And I can see women kind of pushing back because they're probably exhausted. They're probably raising a family while also juggling a career. And I think they just want that validation. They want that acknowledgement of how much more difficult it is to do that. But it is still possible to do that and have it all.
Totally. I agree with everything you just said. And my only point is like, don't forget that It's also possible to potentially have it all. I mean, I'm living proof of it. And yes, people say you have money. You're right. That's made it a lot easier. How did I get the money? I earned it. I earned every nickel of it myself. And how did I do that? I busted my ass when I was in my 20s and 30s and built a name and a career for myself. I'm sorry, but like, I find it very disempowering.
This is reminding me of the moment I was approached me at the subway asking for me to get their candidate on the NYC mayoral ballot.
Oh, holy fuck. Nope. Nope. This has big get in the back of my van energy. Holy moly.
To just tell all these women, like, you're really going to have to choose. Look, the reality is, if what's your number one thing is to have kids, having them earlier is better because fertility issues would or could kick in later in your 30s. Sometimes women don't meet people early enough. I've had so many young girls say to me, and my viewers will email me and say, I would love to have gotten married before now. I didn't meet anybody. So I just feel like conservative men need to stop shaming them because so many of them are trying and just aren't able to. But I will say this. The tweet that I sent out about you can make your own fortune, you can get your own swanky New York City apartment and also find somebody who wants to be with you on Valentine's Day and have children with you and stay with you was in response to Ashley St. Clair, the Elon alleged baby mama. That was about her because that to me is not an okay choice. You want to bang a billionaire and have his kid? Whatever, that's between you and the billionaire. But then you may not play the victim when he doesn't turn out to be Prince Charming on Valentine's Day wanting to spend his day with you. Shock, shock. It's not actually a loving partnership. You know, she clearly wanted to have his child and get on the Elon support program. Her earlier tweets make that clear. So she did it. That's it. She got exactly what she bargained for. And I don't feel sorry for her at all that he doesn't want to be a good boyfriend to her and may or may not be dicking her around. I mean, he's claiming he's not, but whatever. That's my point.
Yeah. Well,
is this fun for Anna? Like, is this what is she getting out of this? I don't get it.
I actually have a question for you because, look, I'm personally disgusted with the fact that he's like having all these children with different women. And for a long time, you know, that was one of the areas where I agreed with conservatives, right? Like conservatives would be pretty judgmental toward men that would act that way or behave that way. Now, I see that very differently from someone who established a family, but for whatever reason, the marriage falls apart. They unfortunately get a divorce. And then later on in life, he finds someone else and has another family, right? I don't want to be too judgmental toward people like that. Life happens. It is what it is. But with Elon Musk, it's like he's intentionally having children with different women. I don't think that's something to celebrate. And I'm kind of shocked that conservatives haven't been more willing to kind of, you know, criticize him for that. And I get, by the way, I agree with you with Ashley St. Clair. Yeah, what did you expect, Ashley? And he had already had a bunch of children from different women prior to you having his child, allegedly. You know, we don't know for sure the paternity, and he's called it into question. But I don't understand why it's okay to celebrate a guy who's this careless and irresponsible with bringing children into this world.
I don't even know it's carelessness. I mean, I think it's, in this case, it may have been with Ashley St. Clair, if indeed it's his child.
No, he's deliberately trying to
with
do
the
eugenics.
other women, it's
like
most of these are IVF babies, at least the ones who have come in the past few years. 2 women at the same time impregnated, if I'm not wrong, with twins of Elon's via IVF. So very clearly an intentional choice by all involved.
Right.
So, you know, like, I don't know what that's about. If I ever get to interview Elon, maybe he'll tell me, but I know he's like seriously.
Yeah, maybe he'll tell me about the whole just having babies en masse thing.
Committed ideologically to slowing population rates. He really feels that there's a societal responsibility to repopulate. And I know it's like the joke, oh, he's doing his part, but I actually think that's what he's doing. Now, what happens to these babies who grow up without a father? That very valid question. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't think I like the answer to that. I think the reason most people give Elon a pass is because he's just such a larger than life figure who's about just so much more than his personal life that it almost just gets shrunk. It's like talking about, like, you know, Thomas Jefferson with his affair partner. It's like, we don't really care. He's Thomas Jefferson, for the love of God. Like, some people are so much larger and doing so much good for society, depending on your viewpoint, that it just seems like minutia. It seems petty and small ball to pay attention to those things.
The worst part about this is that this show has like hundreds of thousands of views, you know?
But wait, I want to say one other thing about Ashley St. Clair, because she got back into the news on, it was just the other day. She was like trying to sell her Tesla because she's claiming she's a pauper now. Here she is.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th?
But he's just not responding to you at all? And how would you characterize sort of the way that he's going about
you can check the stocks. I am I'm not the only one who's cleaning up after his messes.
I'm not the only one cleaning up after his messes. After she posted that of her allegedly selling her Tesla, he posted on
Allegedly.
X, I don't know if the child's mine or not, but I am not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I've given Ashley $2.5 million and am sending her $500,000 a year. Then she fired back. We asked you to do a paternity test and you wouldn't, but she doesn't dispute. Well, no, she says, you weren't sending me money. You were sending support for your child that you thought was unnecessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for, quote, disobedience. But you're really only punishing your son. All right. So first of all, 2.5 million, like, she's not disputing.
You can't.
I'll be taking whatever you're carrying. After you're dead, of course. I do hope it's more than the last few had. They were most disappointing.
You got that. She's saying, you know, you're my $500,000 a year, I guess. He took some of it away. How many women out there who get pregnant by a man they're not married to get a check for 2.5 million? She doesn't get it. Like, that's what made me send that post. It's not about that post. My point is simply, to a young woman who wants a fabulous New York apartment, because she was bragging about how swanky it was to the New York Post, you can do that. You don't have to bang a billionaire and have a love child. By the way, it's her second, who she had out of wedlock before she turned 30, in order to pave your own path with gold. You know, I said to Britt Hume when I was young, and I divorced my first husband, with whom I'm still friendly, but he had just become an attending physician. I was married to him during med school and residency and internship. We had no money. And I said, I'm the worst gold digger of all time. And Britt Hume said to me, forget that. Dig your own gold. And that's really my message for her. Dig your own damn gold. It's so disempowering for people like this to think their path to the golden road is screwing some rich guy and then hijacking him for millions.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Literally, that has historically been one of the best ways of actually securing your future as a woman. Like, I don't look down my nose at people in, like, I don't know, the 1700s, 1600s, 1400s, you know, etc. I don't look down my nose at, like, peasants who moved up the social ladder by seducing kings or became courtesans or whatever. Like, similarly, I don't look down my nose at people who do that today with, like, rich assholes. You know, like, you do you. Life is hard. do what you have to do to get ahead, you know? And like, I don't know, maybe if you are really opposed to women using their bodies and their marketability in that way, maybe, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe something to take into consideration would be the fact that, well, there's a market for that created by predominantly conservative men. Maybe one should have a little bit of a reckoning with the idea that your particular ideology leads to this.
Totally. You know, in Armenian, there's a phrase, it's called zakachk, and that means when you are eyeing other people's wealth, when you're eyeing other people's hard-earned, you know, income, and when you want it for yourself, you want to take it for yourself. And so, you know, growing up, I just remember my parents really instilling in me, don't look at other people's money, don't look to take from others, look toward the future and how you can build for yourself. And I'm really, really grateful that I had that upbringing because I love freedom, okay? And honestly, in America, in any capitalist society, freedom means you're able to earn your own living and you're not reliant on anyone else. You're not reliant on your husband.
I don't know that that is the long and short of what freedom is, but okay.
I let me be clear, believe in a robust social safety net. And I would like to make ours more robust here in the United States because sometimes things happen, people lose their jobs, they get laid off and they need a little bit of help. However, you know, being independent and not needing help from anyone is like the definition of freedom for me.
It's wonderful.
Because I get to make my own decisions. I get to marry the man that
like you're just describing capitalism, and I just don't fundamentally think capitalism is particularly free. Like by definition, you know, like the idea that oh God, why is this guy trying to murder me? Stop it.
that I love without being worried about whether or not he has enough earning power. And I think that's really the main reason why I'm in a happy marriage, to be quite frank.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's funny. I mean, like, I married my husband, who was making a lot more money than I was at the time. And then eventually that switched just because media is such a crazy industry. But it's wonderful that we met and fell in love when the roles were reversed. You know, like, I love that about us. Neither one of us has to worry. He doesn't have to worry that I'm a gold digger. And I don't have to worry that he's one. You know, I mean, we married each other because we fell in love. I was already a professional. I was already on television and had been a lawyer. In any event, I want options for our young women. I want them to be able to make whatever choice that works for them without getting ashamed. But I also think it's important that there are options, right? It's like in the same way the 1950s women couldn't find jobs because they weren't out there. I don't want us to get to the point where young conservative women can't find husbands because they're not willing to look at a young woman who actually does have a career. This is not a solution.
And let me just say one other thing. You know, there are some female conservatives that I listen to specifically because I want to be well-rounded and understand what, you know, people believe and where they're coming from on the opposite side of the political spectrum. You know, Amber Duke is a good example. She's one of the hosts over at The Hill. I love her, right? I don't agree with her on some things, but that's okay. I'm way more willing to listen to what you have to say or what Amber Duke has to say as a woman on the left, because your communication style is more inviting to.
Yet again, like, I'm more willing to listen because you're being nice. Is just, I don't know, it's loser shit. You know, like, frankly, to be completely blunt about it. Loser shit. I don't know, if your ability to evaluate ideas is completely dependent on whether or not someone can present it in a nice way, like, you're going to lose out on your ability to actually evaluate ideas. Because frankly, there's not really a nice way to talk about the fact that, for example, Israel is doing a genocide. There's not a kind way to go about doing that. It's frankly an inherently infuriating topic. And when we're talking about stuff like this, like, yeah, it's going to get heated. There's not a nice way for me to talk about the trans experience when, like, I'm talking about folks who want me dead, who want me to stop existing or to be barred from being able to use the bathroom or from being able to do basic things. Like, I don't feel safe leaving the state I'm in because I can't trust the civil rights protections in my neighboring states. And that's really sad and scary. I'm glad that Anna feels safe traveling around. I don't.
People like me, women on the left. So, you know, I think that the trad culture is really kind of hurting itself by advocating for the removal of an entire group of conservative women from public spaces, from the media, who I think speak to or have a better communication style that could be persuasive to folks on the left. So that's another thing to consider.
All right, well said. Stand by, quick break. More with Anna right after this. If you are, Burr has made multiple political.
You know, I gotta say, I'm basically done with this. I'm basically done with this. Like, I don't think there's anything else. I don't really want to hear them talk about Bill Burr being too mean to conservatives. You know, I don't. It's not my thing. You're very welcome. I feel like that was a good cutting off point for this, and yeah, I don't know. It's nasty what's happened here, but like I think, you know, ultimately we're probably better off not having someone like this amongst the left. You know, like someone who is completely without principle in this way just seems to me like a liability in the end. How bad was this? It was just, you know, it was a pretty big nail in the coffin of this. It's still disappointing. Absolutely disappointing, you know? Oh no, is Bill Burr too mean? Is comedy dead? No, comedy is still alive and well, thanks to folks like Bill Maher. Fuck. I felt bad even saying that. God. Also, hello, Nina Turner's pet dragon. God. I mean, TYT is dead. Long live the riverboat. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Thank you. Yeah, I remember the birthing person shit, and I remember like reaching out to her and like saying, you know, like, you know, here's XYZ, this is why like it's a big deal, and like she seemed to take that well, but then like a month or two later immediately went back to all of the talking points that I had broken down for her, and it was very disappointing and very revealing, I think. It's sad. With that being said, folks, we have been going for over 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream or gotten anything out of today, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys, without the very fine viewers like you. And folks, I have to say, I think I'm tapped out. I'm still a little sick, still a little under the weather, and I think 6 hours is probably me overdoing it. if I'm being completely
Pride
honest.
Wing L Smixel Bless Pride Wing R Dino Dance Dino Dance Dino Dance Dino Dance Dino Dance USA 0 L Dance.
Dino Dance, Dino Dance, Dino. Dino Dance, Dino Dance, Dino. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you all tomorrow. And yeah, you all stay frosty, okay? Stay healthy, stay wonderful. Okay? Fun song? Always a fun song to end. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come. And that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come.